All set. Good evening and welcome commissioners, participants, and interested parties to the October 9th, 2025 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. The meeting is now open. I'm Steve Magnell, the acting chair of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. We're running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts and Cohasset Wetlands Protection Acts and the Cohasset Stormwater Management Regulations. The Conservation Commission's meeting is now in session. It's being held on a Zoom platform. If you have any questions for the Commission, put them in the Q&A section at the bottom of the page. When called, please limit your discussion to 3 minutes. You must include your name and address to be recognized. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission are our Conservation Administrator, Melinda Wall, and the town's Conservation Agent, Charlotte Bechtel. We'll now take a roll call of the Conservation Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, present.
Will Ashton.
Will Ashton, present.
Sanjay Fernando.
Sanjay Fernando, present.
Steve Magnell, present. Chris McIntyre is absent tonight. Tonight we have a quorum of 5 commissioners, and we will all be taking all votes via roll call, with each commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. First on our agenda are the public hearings for tonight, but before proceeding to the public hearings, I want to make note of the following public hearings that are being continued. NOI 25-24 for 84 Gammons Road is continued till tomorrow, October 10th, for commission site visit. Next scheduled hearing following the site visit is October 23rd. NOI 25-13 for 94 Black Horse Lane is continued until October 23rd. NOI 25-19 and stormwater permit 25-10 for 40 Pond Street, as well as NOI 25-20 and SWB 25-11 for 46 Pond Street are both continued until October 23rd. Our first public hearing is a request for determination of applicability, RDA 25-12, for restoring a pre-existing trail on an undeveloped lot within the buffer zone to Straits Pond. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a remote public hearing via Zoom, webinar ID 890-9862-2636, passcode 121496 on Thursday, October 9th at 6:30 p.m. for the request for determination of applicability 25-12 to restore previously existing trail within the buffer zone of Straits Pond, Coastal Bank, loaded 695 Jerusalem Road for Fabrizio Lombardi. The public is invited to offer input by attending the meeting or emailing cpechtel@cohassetma.gov. Okay, we have someone presenting, Charlotte?
Hi, Fabrizio. How are you doing?
Hi there. So let me give a brief presentation here, I suppose, right? So I am requesting permission from the committee, from the board, to clear and restore the path on the peninsula of Strait Pond for the property at 695 Jerusalem Road. I have provided to Charlotte a video which was made about a few years ago, an aerial drone generated video, which was done at the time that the previous owner wanted to sell the lot. So we are proposing to basically clear the path along the perimeter of the peninsula and then a looping around at the tip. This is less than the previous path, which was kept and maintained for 4 to 5 years. So the path has been identified by a red line in the supplied document. It will have a width of 4 to 5 feet as conforming to federal law for national park, actually. And what we are planning to do, the work is basically to cut down underbrush, weed, overgrown grass that has been growing over the last 4 or 5 years. So the path will not visible from the outside. Yeah, that is. They're not visible, so there is no impact on the outside. It will be less than what it was 5 years ago. It would also help to clean the banks of the peninsula. I mean, you know, there's a lot of debris coming down from the pond. There is water bottles, metals, and all the rest. There is no impact on the major part of the peninsula, which incidentally, it has a full batting cage, but that's another discussion. So it will be just along the perimeter, as indicated here. We have already cleaned and we have abided by the rule of, by the suggestion, not even the rule, keep areas on the front part of the property uncut because there were vegetation which provide food for the monarch butterfly. I don't recall the name. Charlotte will remember the name of the monarch butterfly flowers and plants. So that's been all mowed. There are 2 areas which have been kept. And what we are really requesting is to make sure that the path will abide by the rule of the city of Cohasset, the state, the reservation land. It was there before, but I don't know if there's ever been such a request. So that's what is being put forth. Thank you for your attention.
Charlotte, do you have anything to add? Since you have the,
Yeah, just one quick clarification note. I'm sorry, I didn't say this earlier. There's a typo on the agenda that it's listed as 685 Jerusalem Road. This parcel that you guys are seeing on the plan is actually 695 Jerusalem Road. So just wanted to clarify
Yeah.
that for the public record. And then, you know, as Mr. Lombardi mentioned, this was a previously existing trail that he is looking to restore and maintain. And Fabrizio, I'm sorry if I missed this, but you are not going to be cutting any trees on the, you know, for this path. You're just going to be taking out the underbrush, and you're not going to be installing anything, filling anything, putting down any, you know, wood chips or gravel or anything like that. It's just going to be a mowed path. And he has submitted a variance request since this is obviously along a peninsula for Straits Pond. It's in the 50-foot buffer. So he has submitted a variance request for the project.
are there any other questions? Comments? Yes, Kathy.
Hi. This is Kathy Berrigan. Mr. Lombardi, I had 3 questions, please. Is this path for the use of just your family and your friends, or is it open to the public? I would assume it would be private for you and your family.
Okay. So unfortunately, it will be private. There is insurance limitation to the fact of making it public. So it would be restricted basically to us as the owner of the property.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question is, how many feet from the edge of the bank to the path that you're clearing is it?
Sorry, say it again.
Um,
How many?
How many feet from the edge of the bank of the peninsula to the path that you're going to clear is it? How many feet? Is it 5 feet in from the bank, or is it
I would say it's probably 4 to 5,
4 to 5 feet in? Okay.
probably 3 to 4, whatever is existing. But of course, we can adjust the width to go towards the interior rather than the bank. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm asking because I'm just wondering how close it is to the edge, because, you know, along the edge, you see a lot of the birds there, the egrets, the herons, they
I fully agree. We don't want to touch the edge.
right behind
And in
there.
fact,
Yeah.
the idea was also to have in such a way that you will not have a visual impact from the exterior of the people looking at the peninsula. So I would say now is now. And if you look at the video that I have provided, it would be about 4 to 5. The minimum will be 4 to 5. In other parts, it will be even more. On the tip, will be more, for example.
Yeah, it appears that. And the final question is, at the tip, as I'm sure you're aware, there's a big tree and the top of it looks dead. I can't see the bottom of the tree from where I am, but I can see the top. And it's where the eagles always sit. And
Yes, correct. A bald eagle.
yes, yes, a couple of them. You are not cutting that tree, correct?
No, so we are not going to cut no trees, either dead or alive. Let me
Okay.
put this way: there is no modification to the vegetation, rather than the path, right? I mean, I went a month ago, and to be honest with you, it's just weed and overgrown grass. There is no tree. There is no even brush. There is no brush around. It's just overgrown weeds.
Okay, I was just
So
wondering about that tree.
just to make no, I mean, I want to make clear this. I'm not gonna cut any trees. I have a lot of bonsai. I love trees myself, right? And the trees on which the bald eagles, few of them, they have a nest. It's a dead tree, but we are not gonna touch it. If that's
That's the
what your
one I'm
concern.
speaking- Yeah, that's the one I'm speaking about. Okay,
Okay,
that's good. Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Lamati, are you going to follow the same path that was there historically?
Excuse me.
Are you going to, is your cutting just following the same paths that were there historically?
Yeah,
But
in the
the-
sense that. Sorry.
I mean,
In the
they don't,
sense that.
go ahead.
So the path will be just normal path. They will not have no further implication on the conservancy nature of the lot. I am not planning to at least in the near or in my lifetime. Let me put this way: there will be, I don't know about the future, but I'm not planning to build anything on this lot. So this lot has a long history, right? As you probably are more aware than me, of people trying to build a house. When you put I'm an engineer, so when you put all the restrictions, it's not feasible, really. At best, you can put a shed. No, we are not. I mean, unless my son, when I die, will want to do something on it, I am not planning any modification at all to the lot. Now, you never know in life, right? But we clean the lot, but that's it.
I was just wondering because your drawing showing the path doesn't quite line up with the aerial photos from the past when the path was open. And I was just wondering if you're just going to follow the existing path that's there.
So basically, if you look at, so let me just step back for a second. If you look at the video, there is the looping at the tip that I have indicated.
Yeah.
There are 2 or 3, at least 2, probably 3 intersection that would cross from the outer to the inner perimeter, okay? We are planning only on one, on the top. So that loop would just be the one at the tip and nothing else. The reason is very simple, because to be honest with you, we need that loop to move around the path, in the sense to not to go all over around the perimeter. The other two crossing intersection coming down from the outer to the inner bank, I don't see any reason for it. Okay. So to answer your question, we are just going to do the bare minimum within that constraint. Probably, you know, the looping there with that will be, you know, coming down at the same level, but it will not be no major divergence from the plan here that is being shown to you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions or concerns?
I don't have any questions. Just my only comment is going back on near map. It's pretty evident that this is just re-clearing of a existing trail that was there. So it appears to fall into landscape maintenance and to be supportive of a negative RDA determination. That was it.
So the landscaper that we have contact and we have provide the statement is the grass guy. The same landscaper which service our property and cut the overgrown grass in the front of the property, the one adjacent to Jerusalem Road. So
Mr. Commissioner, I had a question. If with a negative RDA determination, will the applicant be able to maintain the path year over year without having to come back to conservation?
I think so, but Charlotte, maybe you can clarify. If it's already cut, can you just keep cutting it, right? Or no?
I can look into that. A determination whether it's negative or positive only lasts for 3 years, and
Yeah.
I do not believe it can be extended through an RDA. But I will double check in terms of minor activities. Our bylaws and regs are stricter in the 50-foot buffer, so I can look into that.
But if you had a lawn in the 50-foot buffer that was existing, you can keep cutting it, right? Isn't that the same thing?
Right. So yeah, I think if there's like no vegetation that's regrown to such a point where you have to do this all over again, maybe, but I can look into that. But yeah, you're right. It might apply to the same mindset of mowing a lawn, but this isn't a lawn. So that's where it's kind of like, it might be overgrown if it's not regularly mowed. So maybe a mowing schedule or something might be, something to look into, maybe for long-term maintenance.
So
Yeah, I was just trying to think if there was a way for the applicant not to have to return every year.
Mm-hmm.
Or even every 3 years?
let me say something here. When we cut the front end of the property, I was told by one of the gardeners which did that, is that in the past, not so far distant past, 10 years ago probably, this was a baseball field. As a result, when we cut the grass in the front end, not in the peninsula, okay, we expect after the overgrown grass has been cut, and I can even see today, to have a baseball quality level grass. It's already there. It's already growing. Actually, I don't expect to do anything on that.
For what it's worth, I can also attest, as my children played on that baseball field many times in the summer. There was a baseball camp hosted there.
Okay. Sure. The grading of the field. Okay, so when we cleaned it about a month ago. There was a lot, and there still are actually, a lot of dead trees. There is one huge that is totally dead. I don't know if it's within the 50 yard from the bank restriction or not. But there were a lot of dead trees falling off, branches, 2 full loads to clean it. So, I'm not expected to change anything on this field, to be honest with you. Probably, maybe in a few years, I may want to cut down those dead trees because they may pose an hazard as they rot away. But at this moment, I'm not planning for that.
Yeah, I think that Sanjay's question was
Thank you.
really hoping to not, normally an RDA lasts 3 years, and rather than have to have you come back in 3 years and ask again so you could cut your path, it would just be determined that the path is really a portion, essentially an extension of your lawn, comes under regular maintenance. It really has nothing to do with the ball field or the rest of your property.
No, we will maintain the private, and I mean, if anybody from your board wants to have access to the property, sure, come and let's have it. Let's do it. Whatever they want to grade, I'm open to suggestion. I have no objection.
Mr. Chair, would you entertain a motion at this point or not?
Sure.
Okay.
Please, like to.
I'd move to, hang on, let me look at the numbers here, sorry. I'd move to issue a -2 determination for this RDA 25-12 at 695 Jerusalem Road.
Will, could I make one suggestion?
Yes.
-2 is the work is in a resource area and it is in the floodplain, so you're correct there. -3 would be the work is also in the buffer zone, and if the commission wanted to put in any conditions, I thought of a few, but and then -6 would be for the bylaw. So a couple numbers
So
there.
3 and 6, you think? Is that right?
So -2 is work in the resource area that won't impact the resource area, and this is technically in the flood. This is in the floodplain.
Oh, so 2, 3, and 6.
Yeah, and the
Okay.
-3 for the buffer zone, and the -3 is where the commission can choose to add conditions, and then -6 is the works in the buffer zone. And I'm sorry, nothing under the bylaw is needed.
And
or
I'll
nothing
hold
further.
off on revising until you
Sorry.
tell us your proposed conditions. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, one sec. One of these was typed based on discussions. So proposed trail work shall be done in accordance with the landscaping contractor's letter dated September 8th. I can also write site plan if you guys want to, but we did make a note that the site plan may be a little bit off from the existing trail. So that's why I added this condition. The restored path shall be reinstalled in the same location as the pre-existing trail location. No tree shall be removed as part of this trail restoration work, and then no other parts within the peninsula shall be mowed, cut, or altered as part of this determination. And it was also noted in the Grass Guys letter. And then I'd be happy to work with you, Fabrizio, in the future. If, obviously if this negative determination is issued and we surpass the 3 years, non-clearing maintenance, routine non-clearing maintenance is something that's not subject to our regulations, and we note that in our regs. So if you keep the path, open and regularly mowed where you're not clearing vegetation other than just, like low level, grass or whatever, shrubs or whatever. So I think if you regularly maintain the path, it could be part of the routine non-clearing exemptions in our regs. So I don't know if the commission's satisfied with these conditions or if you want to add anything else. Or Will, sorry to interrupt your motion.
No. I'm good with them. Anybody else have anything they want to add before I move?
Oh, is there, Charlotte, is there anything in our standard conditions about like fertilizer type and things like that for this?
For RDA, we don't really have standard conditions, but we do, at least in our order of conditions, I don't think so.
Okay.
We already have a bylaw about using
Mhm.
herbicides and pesticides within
Yeah.
the buffers. So it's sort of built in there right into the bylaw. So we don't have to add that as a condition.
Yes, I'm sorry, Tom. It is a standard condition in our order of conditions, just not RDAs typically. But like Tom said, it's in our regs.
Okay, got it.
I would like to just have a statement there that it be no wider than 4 feet. And I think that's the width of one of these mowers that they're using. Is that right, Mr. Lombardi? That their mower deck is probably 48 inches.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah,
Does that look
So-
okay, Tom?
Well, that's fine. So the only thing that I would like to be clear is that the path itself, right, will follow the existing path, right? So we are not going to diverge from the existing path. I want to make that clear. Then we have that understanding. The 4 feet wide, that's fine.
yeah, they're just gonna make one pass through there. I've probably a couple of passes to get everything the first time, and then routinely, they should be able to just make one pass and.
No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Maybe-
no
Charlotte, maybe you
problem.
should say, no wider than one mower deck.
What was that?
One, no wider than one mower deck. You know,
Deck?
the
I don't,
No, over that.
cutting deck, you know.
I don't think their mowers are that wide, Tom. They
think
come
they're
next
more-
door to us all the time, so yeah.
You get more
Grass.
like what, 38 inches or something?
Yeah.
Was
Yeah,
that?
But
Yeah.
that just
Yeah,
seems
yeah.
confusing. Why not just keep
No.
whatever it was before? Like there was a trail there before. Why
Yeah, there's-
restrict it to
Yeah.
something new?
well, it wasn't very precise. It was 4 or 5 feet.
Oh, and the letter. Yeah, the grass guy letter.
Yeah, well, the existing trail up at the end of the peninsula was like 15 feet wide if you look at it.
Yeah.
So if they're going to keep it to 4
I
or 5,
can't-
it's going to be narrower anyway.
I can't seem to see it even scrolling back, probably because it's.
I think
covered.
it's clearest in 2014 from what I looked at least at the end of the
It
peninsula.
went all the way back, but it's got this, you know, the line over the top of it, so it's kind of not clear. Oh, yeah, I did see that. It looks like the line's really not, doesn't really capture where the trail really is.
The green line in your map, Tom? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. And it
I don't,
doesn't,
was Charlotte, did you
way
put that
around
on there to try to follow the path? or-
Yeah, no, that's not exact. Sorry, that's
No,
why I wrote
yeah.
approximate, I think. And if I didn't, I
Yeah.
apologize.
okay. Yeah, all right. So,
So do we want to
Yeah.
say 5 feet just because that's the largest amount specified in the grass guy's letter? It says 4 to 5 feet in the letter. So no wider than 5 feet. So that's the
Yeah.
limit.
yeah,
Okay.
sure. That's good.
Okay. Sorry, well,
No. That's what they said they're going to do, so it should be fine,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Before we further go into this, the of the peninsula, there is let's say it a barren area. You're familiar with that, right?
Mhm.
So we're not going to capture that, but it is still there. It exists currently. Ask me why. If you look at the video, you will see there is I don't know. Looking at the past plans, there was a shed 100 years ago, and as a result, there is a barren area at the tip of the peninsula, but we will go all around and then close the loop around that. And I don't plan to put any shed, nothing. I want to make that clear. I'm not going to plan anything, cut anything.
Excellent.
So it looks like we have
Update
our
my motion
conditions
now?
set up.
What's that?
It looks like we have all of our conditions agreed upon.
Okay.
Charlotte?
So I'll make a motion to issue a -2, -3, and -6 determination for RDA 25-12 at 695 Jerusalem Road with the conditions read earlier and on the screen.
I'll second that.
Okay, so, the roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ash and I.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Steve Magnell, aye. The motion passes 5-0-0.
And we need a variance, Charlotte, right? Yeah. So I'll make a motion to, no, we don't have to put the conditions in here, right? Because they're already in, okay. Make a motion to issue a variance for RDA 25-12 at 695 Jerusalem Road.
For work within the 50.
Yes, sorry, for work within the 50 and the floodplain, right?
Yeah.
Tom Bell, second.
Okay, we'll take another roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ash and I.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Steve Magnell, aye. This motion passes 5-0-0. The public hearing is now closed.
Thank you, Fabrizio.
Thank you,
Thank you
Fabrizio.
very much.
Thank you.
Well, have a good
Bye.
night. Thank you.
Good night.
Same.
Uh,
Bye.
Mr. Chairman, I do
Yes.
apologize. I do have to drop off, but I'll try to join hopefully later in the hearing or in the meeting.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Bye, Sanjay. Next is a public hearing for a notice of intent, NOI 25-27 for 76 Beach Street. Replace an existing concrete drainage pipe to connect existing home downspouts and add outlet control in the buffer zone. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a remote public hearing via Zoom, webinar ID 890-9862-2636 with passcode 121-496 on Thursday, October 9th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. for notice of intent 25-27 to replace an existing concrete drainage pipe with a high-density polyethylene pipe connecting the system to the existing home downspouts and adding outlet control structure within the 50 and 100-foot buffer zones at 76 B Street for Michael Bozo. The public is invited to offer input by attending the meeting or emailing cpechtel@cohassetma.gov. Is there someone to talk about this?
Yes,
Cheryl?
hi, Colin McSween here.
Hi,
Colin.
Colin. Is there anybody else to promote?
Yeah, so there's Michael and Justine, I think, on there as well as Taylor Lofgren should be on the call as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't see his last name, but I'm gonna promote. There we go. Take a guess, assume that's the Taylor. There we go. Hi, Taylor.
I can just start off, and then if we have to get to them, we can get to him. But like I said, my name is Colin McSweeney. I was hired by the owners at 76 Beach Street to prepare the notice of intent paperwork and present it for them. We have a plan designed by PGB Engineering, a drainage plan with coordination with Taylor Lofgren about fixing the drainage problems that are going on property. So what's there right now is there's a series of wetlands, a small one out in the front of the house that were all flagged by ECR, Consulting and Restoration. And what's happening, there's an existing 6-inch concrete pipe that runs out of that wetland and then connects into another, that runs out of that wetland connected to another pipe that runs out. What's happening is that piping is getting all clogged up and you're caught getting pooling in front of the house. And what's happening is that water is now running to the house, causing a lot of mold growing in the crawl space, which is just never a good thing for health issues, for structural reasons. What we're planning to do is actually install a outlet control structure right on the outside of the wetland and pull out the 6-inch pre-existing concrete pipe out of there and put a rock wall fill wall so that way the water can flow into that concrete control structure and then run out a new 12-inch pipe that will be perforated, allowing obviously better drainage throughout the property. And if it gets really, really full, it can run all the way down to the other section of piping. And along with that, we want to connect all the downspouts to it to help really just get rid of that drainage issue that's happening on the property. In short, that's what it is. If you guys have any questions, I'm here to answer it. Taylor's here, and like I said, Michael and Justine as well.
Are there any questions?
I only had one, pretty simple. The new 12-inch on the north, I think it's north, drawing north, ties into an existing 6-inch concrete. Is that right?
Oh, it ties into an existing 12-inch. So we're basically, that back half is already 12-inch. Just that front part was 6-inch. We're just now converting it all to 12-inch.
Okay, just the note there says 6, so.
Yeah, just for that first section. So that, see that real dark line? That is the existing 6-inch that we're replacing the 12-inch. And then there's a lighter gray line at the end of the dark line that goes out to 12-inch. There's another note on there.
It says, I just want to be really clear. It says approximate location of 12-inch HDPE. It's in gray, Charlotte, in the background up a little bit. 12-inch HDPE to 6-inch concrete transition.
Yeah, so that's pointing at the same pipeline. I guess they had two notes on there that has that.
So if I could intervene for a second,
Yeah.
This is Taylor from EM Lofgren Corp. That's just an existing pipe that was on the property and it was already 12-inch. So what we're assuming, and common sense would say, is that existing 12-inch HDPE is in good shape. We believe that the concrete pipe that's failed and filled with roots, you know what I mean, we all know the lowdown, is what is not moving the water, and we can see that when the water builds up and overflows over the lawn instead of going through that existing 6-inch concrete. Does that make a little more sense?
Yeah, so the transition from 12 to 6 is already existing on the property, you're saying?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. So we're just going to stick with the larger size. Bigger's better, right? In this world for some things.
Yeah, that was my question, because you're not supposed to get smaller downstream, but if it's already there.
No,
what do
that
you-
makes sense.
Correct. Right. Yeah. That's why we're bringing it to match.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
No problem.
I take it that there will be some trench work to take out the old pipe and put the new one in?
Correct. That'll be done via excavation. Correct.
And what kind of restoration will be done after that?
The plan right now, there's some small plantings, just typical, and some pachysandra and grass. The plan is to bring all that types of materials back, just some plantings and grass.
Okay.
There is a few, and they're not shown and depicted on the plan, but just to put it out there, around the wetland flag, B3 and B4, there's existing trees in those areas, and all that's going to be left. The goal is to do the excavation with as little impact to any large growth. So when we say that we're removing any type of vegetation, we're just talking a little bit of ground cover, some pachysandra that's up against the house tight, and some grass.
Any other questions?
Yes,
Mr. Chair, sorry, go ahead, Tom.
yeah, how large are the trees you're talking about around these two flags?
I'm going to say 4 to 6 inch diameter,
Oh, okay.
but like I said, we're not going to touch any of that. Justine and Mike want to really keep that because it, makes the look and is the way the lawn is now, the yard is now.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about cutting across some of their lateral roots.
To be 100% honest, the one by B3 is not an issue at all because it's on the far side, and up by the B4, I believe it's a smaller tree. We're almost out of the growth area of the branches, so there'll be very little impact, if any, to that root system.
Okay, thanks.
Charlotte, you
Oh yeah, sorry. I was just gonna briefly mention that as you can see, the existing outlet is within the BVW, but the proposed is to obviously move it out and put it right at the edge of the BVW. So there will be some temporary impacts to the BVW to take out the pipe outlet. But I did speak with the owners and with Taylor that I think a wetland seed mix to restore the wetland area would be appropriate. So there, that's what I would recommend, in some conditions I can pull up later if the commission chooses to issue an order of conditions, but that's just the one thing I wanted to note here on the plan, that there will be some temporary wetland impacts just to move that pipe back and take out the outlet. And the applicant has submitted a variance request for this as well, to work in the 50 in the wetland.
You have conditions, some additional conditions beyond the standard ones that you'd like to present?
Yes, sorry, I didn't know if every commissioner's gone yet, but I just wanted to note that on the plans.
Are there any other questions, comments? Okay. Go ahead, Charlotte.
Okay. Let's see. And Taylor, I'm forgetting how you said you're going to do this work. Do you need a mini excavator to dig the trench?
Yes, mini to mid-size.
Okay. This is just something that's kind of typical with 50-foot buffer. We typically want to minimize the amount of heavy excavation as much as possible. Obviously, we know this work does require some excavation. So if this condition sounds good to you, I'll just read it out loud. Commission can edit as they see fit. All proposed drainage work shall be done with a mini excavator with no excavation work encroaching into the BVW. Like I said, other than the temporary impacts, just pull that outlet pipe back. The bordering vegetable wetland abutting the replacement drainage pipe and gravel splash pad shall be restored with a native wetland seed mix that shall be approved by the agent prior to installation. Additional wetland plantings may also need to be installed at the direction of the agent and any consulting wetlands professional. I can take the blue parts out if the commission agrees. Full stabilization of the BVW is required for the issuance of a certificate of compliance. And then this is self-explanatory, but since it wasn't noted on the plan, no tree shall be removed as part of this order within the BVW or buffer zones without the conservation agent or commission approval. I don't know if anyone wants to make changes to that, or take out the blue language, keep it.
You should add a width before the A in mini excavator.
Oh, where? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Can I just ask a question to specify on the mini excavator? Like, I'm not planning on bringing a monster machine, but a 20,000 pound machine, is that kind of what you think? And the only reason I suggest that, or I'm bringing that up, is yes, we will have a mini, but we don't need to do as much impact and tracking around. If we sit in the middle with a little larger machine, sit basically at the front steps, if you will, you can reach directly into the truck. We can reduce the spoils, which we technically by trade anyways.
Yeah.
We try to work in and out of the trucks, not a lot of stockpiling. The soil will go in, then we can right up into a dump truck, take the surplus soils away, lay pipe, put stone, keep that area very tight, reduce the amount of soil, stockpiles and whatnot, for potential runoffs and all that jazz. Like I said, keep that footprint really tight within that 12 feet off the front of the house. And like I said, in my professional opinion, if we're not bringing in a 335 cat by any stretch of the imagination, or a monster excavator, but we can work very, very efficiently, with a mid-size machine, if we just want to word it that way. So we're all on the same page. Well, mind wording it that way.
I think that makes a lot of sense, that you're not driving back and forth. A really small one, you'll tear up all that land. So just sitting there with the arm is better.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just revised this language, Mr. Chair, mini to mid-size excavator, and then added the no soil stockpiles. Sorry, actually, I don't know why I deleted that condition. No soil stockpiles shall be stored within the 50 of the BVW. So obviously, whatever spoils and anything that you're digging and putting back. I think if you're working actively, that's one thing, but usually stored means you're keeping them there for a long time. So if I need to be more specific, I can, but I think Taylor gets it.
Completely understand.
Yep.
There's no other questions. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing for notice of intent 25-27 at 76 Beach Street, and issue order conditions with our standard special conditions and the conditions shown on the screen, and read into the record by the conservation agent. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Will Ashton?
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan?
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell?
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell, aye. The motion passes 4-0-0.
Thank you. Have a good night.
A
Oh, sorry,
variance
we need a
too.
variance, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
Sorry. I'll make a motion to issue a variance for notice of intent 25-27 S76 Beach Street for work within the 50-foot buffer zone of the bordering vegetated wetland and intermittent stream to complete the work as shown in the approved plans with required special conditions as read by the conservation agent in the previous motion. Do we have a second?
Yep, second.
Roll call vote. Bill Ashton.
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell, aye. The motion passes 4-0-0. Thank you very much. This public hearing for NOI 2527 for 70 Beach Street is now closed.
thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome.
Next is a public hearing for notice of intent 25-26 for 19 Heather Drive to raise and rebuild the existing garage and perform other hardscaping and landscaping work within the buffer zones. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a remote public hearing via Zoom, webinar ID 890-9862-2636 with passcode 121496 on Thursday, October 9, 2025, 6:30 p.m. for the notice of intent 25-26 to raise and rebuild the existing garage, expand a portico, resurface an existing driveway, construct a brick walkway, remove a stone patio, and construct a permeable surface patio and expand the existing gravel driveway over disturbed lawn within the 50 and 100-foot buffer zones to the inland bank and bordering vegetated wetlands at 19 Heather Drive for Christopher Davis. The public is invited to offer input by attending the meeting or emailing cpectel@cohassetma.gov. This hearing is now in session, and can we have either the presentation or comments?
Hey, Chris.
How you doing?
I'm pretty sure this is Chris Davis, but if not, I apologize.
Thank you. We also have Tom Johnson from Proterra Design Group, if you can
Thank you.
bring him up.
Absolutely.
Well, for the record, my name is Chris Lucas with Lucas Environmental. I'm a professional and certified wetland scientist, as well as a registered professional soil scientist. We're here tonight with Chris Davis, the applicant and owner of the property at 19 Heather Road. We also have Tom Johnson with Proterra Design Group, the engineers who prepared the plans before you. With the board's permission, I'd like to share my screen so we can run through this, if that's acceptable. Great, thank you. Everyone can see the USGS map here. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, great. We're working on a 0.96 acre parcel with Forest Ave is located to the west. Heather Drive is located just to the north. There are single family residential homes surrounding the property here, and the Barnes Wildlife Sanctuary is located to the east. Just to orient you to the site. This is an aerial image. This is our parcel here. Again, Heather Drive to the north. You can see the residential homes, the sanctuary to the east, and Forest Ave to the west. This particular site, this is the survey plan. So again, here's our parcel here. This is the existing house at 19 Heather. There's no rare species habitat on the property, no areas of critical environmental concern, outstanding resource waters, or FEMA floodplain. There are a series of wetlands throughout the site and on the adjacent property. Mr. Davis has interest in the parcel at 25 Heather. That's not part of this application, but the survey was surveyed. We're only seeking confirmation of the resources and buffers at 19 Heather at this time. We delineated the wetland back in May, myself and another team member, and there's a large wetland system here shown along this portion of the site, which buffers the majority of the existing disturbed area in the property. There's also a series of intermittent streams, which we've confirmed is intermittent. There's a small swale here that ties down into a larger intermittent stream here that conveys towards the back of the property. There's another stream coming in, flowing this way from the east. And there's a drainage easement here from Heather Drive. There's an easement here with a drain pipe that discharges down here. And there's another stream that ties in. So it's quite the confluence of streams throughout this bordering vegetated wetland system. The project before you tonight, again, to orient you, this is the existing house, the driveway. I'll start out here. This is Heather Drive. Here's the existing driveway and the existing house. We have the wetland shown in green out here. And then we have one of the streams here, another stream here. And then again, this is the property boundary here. The leach field, the existing leach field's in the front. We're not touching the septic system with this project. The main portion of the work before you, before I say that, sorry, this is the 100-foot buffer zone, and this pink line is the 50-foot to orient you. This black line is the portion of the house that we're proposing to raise and rebuild. There's an existing garage here. Owner's looking to rebuild that and reconfigure it. As you can see, it's almost in the same footprint. It's been slightly reconfigured for the internal workings here. As part of that, this existing driveway, we're proposing to remove a small portion of the existing asphalt on both sides. There's also a gravel portion of the driveway we're proposing to remove. This portion in orange, we're proposing a permeable surface. It's either a solid or arch block paver or pervious pavement was proposed here. And we have a detail sheet for that. The existing driveway here will be maintained, so it'll be repaved. Otherwise, no other changes are here. There's an existing brick walkway located here. We're proposing a new one in this location here outside the 50. Again, all this work's occurring outside the 50. We are proposing some minor work for the raise and rebuild here within the 50, as well as a new patio, which you can see here. This portion right here is existing impervious surface towards the back of the house. There's a top of a wall here. This slopes down, and there's another lower retaining wall, and then there's a flat area down here, down gradient. So everything slopes down towards the back, towards the wetlands. What the applicant is proposing is to remove all this impervious surface and propose a permeable material for a new patio in the back. So with this, we have approximately 3,742 square feet of disturbance for the entire project, roughly 3,600 square feet in the buffer zone. That's the 50 and the 100. We have a 653 square foot net reduction of impervious materials in the 50 and the 100, and that breaks down to 404 square feet reduction of impervious in the 50 foot and another 249 square feet in the 50 to 100 foot. So we're improving the site conditions. We are also removing these 3 existing trees. These are 3 hemlocks. There's another one here. This one's in the 50. These are in the 50 to the 100. We're also proposing there's a diseased and dying crabapple at the edge of the wetland here, probably because it's in the wetland. Crabapple don't like it that wet. And then there's an existing ash tree here it's dead. I would suspect emerald ash borer has diseased the tree. So we're proposing those to be removed. As part of our application, the 3 hemlock will be replaced at 1-to-1 per your requirements, and the trees back here will be proposed at 2-to-1 for being in the 50 foot. We've requested a variance for work within the 50 foot for the site improvements and reconfiguration. We provide an alternatives analysis. Obviously, we're limited here. There's the no build. We could repave this with a bituminous concrete surface here and here, but that doesn't provide a benefit or reduction of impervious in the buffer zones. And then obviously our preferred alternative. And we've also provided a detailed buffer zone assessment breaking down each structure and the NOI. I'm happy to go through those numbers, but I'm sure Charlotte's run through them and verified it. And if not, we can discuss. But it's included in page 8 of the application. And we also have a table here for a breakdown, which I'm happy to get into those details. And then we also have there'll be a new drain downspout coming here, discharging towards this location with the little splash pad to direct. It's just for roof runoff. And I think that's generally it. Chris, Tom, and I are here to answer any questions you may have, and go from there. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, I think, I wonder why you want to move that, remove the crabapple. It's in the resource. If it's, even if it's dead, ordinarily we don't allow dead trees to be removed.
It's right on the edge and it's dying. We thought we would replace it with something else that we could put down there that's more likely to survive, like a red maple. The plants haven't been selected. The applicant was going to select some from the principal native plant list that the town has and confirm that with Charlotte prior to planting. So we were just looking to remove a diseased tree at the edge of the property and replace it with a live tree or two trees at the 2-to-1.
Yeah, it should be a good pollinator. Depends on how diseased it is, but crab apples produce an awful lot of flowers in spring, and it's an important pollinator.
It is. I don't know if it's going to survive long to do that, and we could replace it with 2 other pollinating species. We could work with Charlotte and find something that's more appropriate that would do the same service.
Is crabapple on our native plant list?
Probably not.
Let me double check.
I think
Sorry.
if you're replacing 2 native trees with 1,
Yeah,
Non-native.
particularly if they're pollinators, I think that'd be good.
Yeah.
Chris, I don't see an issue with replacing with 2 pollinator species.
I don't think you said red maple, but I don't.
Not at
you
all.
said-
Well, no, I was suggesting red maple prior to the pollinator comment.
No, but I just didn't think that worked in a pretty wet area anyway. So, but I don't know.
Red maple would do well in that location.
Yeah.
But we
Okay.
can find something that's a better pollinator to address Mr. Bell's comment.
Yeah.
And
There's
what
a
is,
lot of good, like, sorry, just throwing out ideas here now. A lot of the berry bushes, holly, elderberry, I forget, there's like 15 of them on there that are really great for that, I think. But whatever, I mean, you're gonna have to propose something to us. I was just thinking.
I can coordinate with Chris and we can
Yeah.
find a good pollinator based on what we believe, and we can confirm that it's appropriate with Charlotte if that works for the commission.
I mean, Chris, we can continue to leave the tree there, but I just think it's something that's going to continue to deteriorate over time.
what is the condition of the hemlocks?
The hemlocks are in fair shape. There's no issues there, but to be able to raise and rebuild the area and reconstruct the patio, they would not be able to remain. So again, the hemlocks there are ornamental. They're not it's not a native tree per se. I mean they're native, but they're not. They weren't naturally there.
They're Canadian hemlocks.
I believe they're eastern hemlock.
Yeah, I think they're Eastern. And Mr. Chair, so to answer someone's previous question, the crabapple's not on our list, even though crabapples are obviously can be native species. But yeah, if the commission wants to replace 2-to-1 with a flowering tree or something similar that provides pollinator habitat, I'm happy to work with the applicant on that.
Or even more. I mean, if you're taking out a tree, maybe 4 then shrubs that are good pollinators, something like that.
Sorry, replace the tree with 4 shrubs?
Yeah, if they're good pollinators, yeah. I mean, I think I'd prefer to see something that had about the same density of blossoms. And if it takes 4 shrubs to do that instead of 2 trees, I think that.
We can say trees or
Yeah, trees or
Yeah.
shrubs.
Yeah.
do you want to say 2 or 4?
You put in shrubs, you need to put more of them in
Okay.
to replace the pollination potential that's being lost from the
Yeah.
crabapple.
Yeah. Whatever the right spacing is for whatever size you end up picking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll leave that up to you, Charlotte.
Hold on. I'll type something in a moment. Sorry. Keep going.
I mean, we don't have to select the species tonight, but
Yeah.
I mean, you get the idea, the concept here of what I'm driving at, and you could decide whether there's the selections from the list are appropriate or not.
Okay.
I mean, we wouldn't want to revisit this at another meeting over 4 or 6 shrubs or whatever. I mean, that's a waste of everybody's time. So
We agree. Thank you.
We would agree as well. Yeah.
I think that normally we ask for a vegetation plan, right? Sarah?
I think
Or
the
is it-
answer is it depends. I mean, we definitely have requirements to provide, all proposed and existing, conditions and changes. And obviously we do require proposed like landscaping and vegetation changes to be a part of that site plan. They are noting that here, and they do have in the general notes. I think Chris might be a little hard to read, but there are general notes about working with the agent, doing the 1-to-1, 2-to-1, and choosing all species from the native plant lists on the site plan.
And the changes are small enough. I mean, it just doing it administratively through you is fine.
Great. Yes, the general notes number 2 here and number 3 reflect what Charlotte just noted. So we've addressed that directly on the plans at her request, so we can make that clear.
Do we have any other questions or comments? I'll turn it over to Charlotte if she has conditions.
Yeah, sorry, give me one sec.
Charlotte, I did want to note I know there was an email sent today from one of the neighbors.
Yes, thank you. That was the last thing I just wanted to know, but you go ahead, Chris. Thank you.
I know Brian Host, who's
Mhm.
in a butter, sent a email to Charlotte Mindy today, basically saying thank you for forwarding the site plans for 19 Heather Drive. I've reviewed the plans. As the owner at 29 Heather Drive, I have no objection. I support the project. The Davis family has done a beautiful job improving their property, the neighborhood, and its natural surroundings. The pros project is consistent with all 3. I have copied their engineer. I will not be attending the meeting this evening. Please share my support with the Conservation Committee. And so that's on record.
Thank you, Chris. And Mr. Chair, I'll just briefly add to, I apologize, Chris, I forgot to forward this to you, but we did receive another brief letter of support from Richard and Annie Berard of 81 Forest Ave. As direct abutters of 19 Heather Drive, we'd like to offer our full support of the Davis family in renovation to their home. Those are the only 2 letters I received. Sorry, I don't know if commissioners had any other comments, or if you want me, Steve or Mr. Chair, do you want me to pull up the conditions?
Please.
Okay.
I'll
Chris,
just
sorry,
throw
yeah.
out
Oh, go ahead.
a comment while you pull that up. Just
Sure.
to confirm that, at least for me, this is an improvement because we're removing so much impervious from the 50-foot buffer.
Mhm.
And the majority of the trees that are removed are on the other side of the house from the wetlands. And like we just discussed with a tree that's in the resource, it'll be replaced with other pollinators. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. So I just typed this last one at the end, but I'll read the first couple. So just want to note, as Chris had mentioned in his presentation, some of the abutting properties were flagged just to locate the buffer zones on 19 Heather Drive. So I just want to make a note of that for the order, that only the bordering vegetated wetland, BVW, and intermittent stream delineation flags and associated buffer zones for the BVW and intermittent stream as shown on the site plans for 19 Heather Drive are approved with this order, just to make sure we're only looking and reviewing the flags and buffer zones associated with this property and project. And then no work, staging of equipment, stockpiling materials, or construction access shall encroach on the western side of the property within the 50-foot buffer or bordering vegetated wetland or intermittent stream on this or on the south side of the limit of work below the existing stone walls. I had walked the property with Chris Davis and kind of pointed those areas out. The western side of the property is really difficult to access. I just wanted to make it clear for limit of work and any temporary disturbance. And then based on the shown limit of work, no work or anything should go below the existing stone walls at the base of the limit of work. So just wanted to kind of note that. And then site restoration in accordance with the general notes as specified on the site plan shall be completed as part of this order with the following change. The diseased crabapple tree shall be replaced 2-to-1 or greater with native trees and or native shrubs to replace the native pollinator density and wildlife habitat. The species and planting location shall be reviewed with and approved by the conservation agent prior to planting and with the wetland scientist as appropriate. Does that sound okay? I tried to make it general and broad.
I have two questions on these. The no work within.
Yep.
Foot buffer of the BVW. So won't they have to do work to plant the new trees within the 50? Or am I?
Oh, yeah, you're right. I kind of was just mostly concerned about construction of the house. So we could write,
Yeah. So just say except planting of new plants.
Okay. Yeah,
I
yeah,
think,
yeah.
right?
yeah,
1 second.
thank you, Will.
It reminds me, Charlotte, do we have specifications for construction entrance and wash down and all that?
Not in our general conditions template yet. But I did write staging of equipment, stockpile materials, construction access. I can write vehicle washing.
Yeah, and don't we, I think we have a spec for the size of the crushed stone if there's going to be if they're working on the existing asphalt, it's probably not an issue, but if there's going to be exposed soil, we need to have a spec for the size of the washing area and the size of the stone that's going to need to be there for that. So maybe Chris, you can answer. Are you guys going to work with the existing bituminous driveway while the reconstruction is going on, and you're not going to have any bare earth areas that your construction vehicles are going to be used in?
Chris, I'll take a shot unless you want to chime in. I assume.
Yes,
Right.
yes. That is the case, yeah.
Could you elaborate just a little bit?
I assume, Chris, the driveway work would be done at a later date, so you would be utilizing the existing paved driveway through the house construction and majority of the other work. And then as you work your way out, you would resurface the driveway and replace with more gravel.
That is correct, yes.
Including material stockpile, is that accurate?
Oh, in terms of storing it on the driveway, Tom?
Yeah, is the driveway going to be used for your material stockpile as well as movement in and out of construction vehicles? I just wonder if this could be a little crowded.
Yeah, I think the plan is actually to have everything come in. Well, it is the plan to have everything come in the front side of the driveway. So all materials and any work will happen on the front side through the driveway area.
Okay. Good, so we don't need to specify a wash down area per se, Charlotte, if there's a driveway.
Yeah, I can keep it in here just in case, but
Sure.
Don't think we need to specify the size of any stabilized construction entrance in this case.
Mm-hmm.
And Charlotte, I think we talked a little bit about like meeting with the contractors to make sure that all the work is happening on the front side of the home.
Yep. Yeah, and that'll definitely be in the limit of work too, and
So if you were to need to use the existing front lawn, then you would need to put a stabilized construction entrance there. I mean, you may find that the driveway is inadequate for stockpiling and moving people in and out, and you may find that you want to be able to park, that the contractors will have a place to park rather than on the street.
The contractor should be able to, the length of the driveway should allow them to park in there and do their work without having any impact on ourselves. We're actually moved out of the house, so.
Okay. So all the tear down, then that all goes pretty quick, 2 days probably, right? So you're going to be able to use the driveway to get in there and demolish the house and presumably load the truck on all of that on the driveway. Is that
correct?
Yeah, okay.
Correct. When you actually look at the area that we're actually demolishing and then rebuilding, it's all within the front of the driveway.
Okay, great. So
I'll let my-
I don't have any further comments.
Another comment?
Yeah, my second one was about the at the disease crabapple 2-to-1. So I know because we talked about you need more shrubs to cover the same area and all that stuff. I think there's a better way to word this where whatever area, like, and I think we should, sorry to diatribe on this, but I think we should do this generally across the board. If you get rid of a huge tree that's taking up 100 square feet, you need a lot more plants to replace it than, you know what I mean? So I think it should be more about the area because you don't want to plant 2 trees where this crabapple was because they would crowd each other out.
Mhm.
So I think it should be, and if you do bushes instead, you're gonna need a lot more, like Tom said. So I don't think we need to change it right here, but just something to think about going forward is we should be talking about density of plants like Tom said, density of plants that are replacing what's being taken out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree.
I'll just jump in here for a minute. I mean, we could always leave the crabapple tree and let it continue to see if it survives, but
me personally, I think what you're doing is the right thing. Take it out and put
Okay.
some shrubs or 2 trees or whatever. I just don't want it to have too much stuff that is killing each other because they're all trying to survive. That's all.
yes, okay,
And,
makes sense.
and Will, the way when we propose a location, we usually do trees in native areas, 10 to 15 foot on center. Usually more than 15 to give
Yeah.
them space. And
So that they
shrubs
can
we-
get a sufficient canopy to survive.
Right, and
Yeah.
shrubs we usually do 8 to 10 feet on center.
Yeah.
You know, depending on the shrub, you know, some are taller shrubs or versus medium-sized shrubs, and
Right.
you know, we'll likely replace one in that location, and we'd find an appropriate location along the wetland edge for another if we did trees or similar.
Yeah. So then if you're spreading them out, then you can do 2. You don't have, you know what I mean? You just put
Mhm.
2. Yeah.
Right, and that's what we would plan to do because we wouldn't want them to overcrowd because over 20 years, one would end up likely outcompeting the other one.
I mean, you really do benefit from having a good canopy there and that you have a greater a chance that you're going to make life tough for any invasives that are going to move in there. So, you know, the sooner that your things get established in there, the better off you are. And in some ways, some shrubs could be, you know, they're going to grow a bit faster than trees. So,
Yeah. Good mix. Like if you did a tree and 2 shrubs, like a good mix of stuff, like Tom's saying,
Yeah.
is always
yeah,
better.
that'd work too.
Commissioners, I'm going to reread this comment for the record, but is it okay as written before I read it? I took away the 2-to-1 or greater, just wrote, diseased crabapple trees shall be replaced with native trees and or native shrubs to fully replace the tree's native pollinator density and wildlife habitat area. The species and planting location shall be as close to the BVW edge as possible and shall be reviewed with and approved by conservation and prior to planting with the wetland scientist as appropriate.
That sounds
So
good.
again, we're going with the same general notes on the site plan for everything else except for the diseased crabapple tree, just with this different instruction. I'm seeing nodding heads, so that looks good. Okay.
Looks good to me, Charlotte.
Okay.
Any
All
other
right.
questions? If there are no other questions, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing for notice of intent 2526 at 19 Heather Drive and issue order conditions with our standard special conditions and the conditions shown on the screen and read into the record by conservation agent. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
Have a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, I.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell, aye. The motion passes 4-0-0. So I also have to have a variance for this.
Mhm.
And I'll make a motion to issue variance for notice of intent 25-26 at 19 Heather Drive for work within the 50-foot buffer zone of the bordering vegetated wetland and intermediate stream to complete the work as shown on the approved plans with required special conditions as read by the conservation agent in the previous motion. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
A roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell, aye. The motion passes 4-0-0. Public hearing for Heather Drive is now closed.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate your time this evening.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Chris, and thank you, Chris.
And good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chris. Have a good night.
Next is a public hearing for an amended notice of intent for NOI 25-05 to move an existing paved driveway and replace with a crushed stone driveway and install other hardscaping and landscaping features within the buffer zones. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation holds a remote public hearing via Zoom webinar ID 890-986-2636, passcode 121496 on Thursday, October 9th at 6:30 p.m. Even though it's 7:48 p.m. For a amended notice of intent 25-05 to remove the existing paved driveway and replace with a crushed stone and cobblestone driveway with a granite apron and auto court, construct a pervious paver walkway, retaining wall, and bluestone steps. Additional plantings and a landscape along Atlantic Avenue within the 1,500-foot buffer zone of bordering vegetated wetlands for John Landy at 95 Atlantic Avenue. The public is invited to offer input by attending the meeting or emailing cpechtel@cohassetma.gov. The hearing is now open. And is there someone to present the project?
Hello, am I coming in clear?
Hi, Paul.
Yes.
Yes, are you here for James?
Yes.
Okay. And Paul and Sean, could you please introduce yourselves for the record? I don't see the applicant, but if they want to raise their hand, I will also promote them.
Certainly. This is Paul Gunn. I'm a project engineer at Morse Engineering, and here with Sean Papich, the applicant's landscape architect of Sean Papich Landscape Architecture. Shart, do you need me to share my screen or?
Yes, please, if you have that
Okay.
available. Figured it'd be easier for you guys to
Absolutely.
do it, but I can always pull it up if you have issues.
There we go. All right, so as I mentioned before, my name is Paul Gunn, here tonight to represent the applicant for the requested amendment to the notice of intent at 95 Atlantic. Here tonight is also the applicant's landscape architect, Sean Papich. So this project, the initially approved notice of intent was for the elevation of an existing single-family dwelling onto timber piles above the FEMA flood elevation, as well as for the expansion or addition of several decks and porches. At this time, the dwelling has been elevated on timber piles and work is in progress or mostly completed on the aforementioned decks and porches. With this amendment request, the applicant is looking to propose landscaping and hardscaping improvements in the front yard area and within the buffer zone to the BVW. These additions include the construction of landscape walls and pervious walkways, the removal of the existing impervious driveway and the construction of a new pervious driveway, as well as numerous native plantings, which are listed in the landscaping plan in greater detail. There is some fill proposed with the paver walkway and retaining walls directly in front of the house, but this project still results in a net increase in flood storage capacity due to the elevation of the dwelling above the floodplain. Furthermore, along with the requested amendment, there is an additional request to waive the requirement for a stormwater permit. This amendment, due to the proposed work on the driveway and the landscaping, would increase the total site disturbance above 5,000 square feet. But the waiver request has been made as the proposed amendment is largely for native landscaping and pervious hardscaping, and would ultimately result in a significant decrease in impervious coverage on the site. It would decrease impervious coverage from about 9.8 of the site to about 5% of the site. So it's cutting impervious coverage about in half. I'll turn it back now to Sean if he has anything to add, or to the commission for any question or comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. Paul, if you could pull up our drawing, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. There we go. So it's just a little bit of an enlargement from what Paul was showing you. I'm trying to show you a little bit more on what's really happening with the landscape. As he noted, there's a large asphalt driveway that actually sits substantially within the 50-foot buffer, as well as into the 100-foot buffer from Atlantic Ave. There's a narrow little kind of drainage channel that you see, which is very common on Atlantic Avenue, as you know very well, but more so than me even, as you're used to that little drainage channel there that is serving as the wetland. That's what those buffers are coming off of. And so there's an existing garage there that has an asphalt driveway running up into it, and then a driveway that runs all the way to Atlantic Ave. We're proposing to remove all of that, turn it into 3/4-inch crushed stone, or essentially native river stone, which we like to use. There are going to be some granite accents that we're showing on that plan. The intent is to come up and to do a circle drive, essentially come up, do a very low, we'll call it a wall, but it's almost a curb wall, so to speak, about 18 inches tall. So three steps up to a landing that then gets you up just about 6 more risers that'll be made of wood that are part of the front porch and the front deck of the house. So essentially what we want to do is create this entry, also pull the area that is the circle portion out of the buffer primarily and put it in between the two 100-foot buffers. So where you see that circle in the middle of the driveway there, in the middle of the auto court, we call it, that's again all native river stone, but that's kind of centered in between the 100-foot buffer that wraps around there that you can see in dashed lines. Intent on that too is to then provide a landing on a pervious base, step up 3 risers to another landing, and then you go up into the deck. So instead of having a large series of steps down from the deck area, the porch area, because of this house going up on pilings, trying to minimize that feeling, it's a little more palatable to walking up that set of steps, make it a little more presentable also. The other thing we are doing is we're taking 2 cedar trees and moving those, transplanting those toward the property line, and then adding a pretty large bed of native plant species there, using inkberry, American holly, clethra, summer sweet as you'd call it, Virginia rose, all in that area on, we'll call it the south side, essentially is what that is, south property line. And then up at the entry, there's an area to the north side of the property where we would use those same species along that property line. The larger circles you see there along the property line are existing red maples. Those are there to remain. Any of those trees along the property line are to remain. There's a couple of, you might call them small trees, large shrubs. You see red X's that are outside the 100-foot buffer. Those we were removing. It's kind of a mix of a bunch of shrubs in that area that have some of the cedars in them. We're going to move those cedars again to the property line, remove a couple of the large shrubs to make some room for our turnaround. Other piece we're doing in front of the existing garage there, it's all asphalt right now. We were going to turn that into slabs of granite that are going to be spaced, set on a crushed stone base and a chip stone base, so it's permeable. Have very large joints, so water will flow into those joints, and you'd use crushed stone in those joints also. So turning everything that was originally an asphalt driveway into something that's more permeable. Also, there's a certain amount of aesthetic that we're using. Can't deny that we're doing some of this for aesthetics also. The other piece we're doing out by the edge of the street is to do a freestanding kind of farmer's wall. So we're proposing that will not retain anything. It'll be, water will be allowed to flow through that. We will also have weep holes at the base of the wall. That intent is to just give a little separation from the street. It's only about 30 inches high. Again, another thing, it's a little more on the aesthetic end, but it's going to be a loose stone wall, no grout, no solid foundation. The intent is to kind of get some history using old stones back into this kind of property edge. That kind of covers most of what felt like we should present here tonight, but please let me know if you have any questions, certainly.
So it looks like you're expanding, you're adding an awful lot of lawn here.
Yes, sir.
To the existing.
Yes. You can see the existing paved drive a little clearer on this plan, but so all right now, all this area is pavement. So all that would be transitioning to lawn in that area.
Oh, I
It's more of in lieu of pavement, Tom, I would say is all it is. It's not, it's more of replacing pavement with lawn. Not really removing, vegetated areas with lawn, I would say. We're creating some more beds along, that south property line, I'll call it, that has currently got lawn in it.
Yeah, it's just your vegetation line doesn't look entirely consistent with what I'm seeing on near map here, I guess. Looks like there's a lot more shrubs and trees here than are shown. Could be
Okay.
wrong about that.
Yeah. We intend to keep that whole area to the north as a vegetated buffer there. We weren't really intending to add any more lawn there at all.
Show me that. Where's that?
This area.
Here, yeah, it's kind of going wild there. Slow down. Are you centered on what you're talking about?
What was that again?
Are you
Tom?
centered? Is your cursor centered on?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, so it's probably, and that's, Paul's, handling the cursor on that in the graphic there. But yeah, I mean, I think that was that area where his cursor is right now is currently asphalt.
Okay.
That's our large swath of asphalt. So that whole area.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you're talking about.
All
Yeah.
asphalt. And so it's almost, you know, we're kind of replacing the asphalt with lawn in that area and crushed stone. And all that is within the 50 and 100 foot buffer of the kind of drainage channel there in the front yard. So I guess in my opinion, that's taken out all asphalt in that area.
Mhm.
Plus, taking out all the asphalt every other place too, and turn it into permeable native river stone. So it just felt like a real positive improvement to the site. I think this probably would have come before you back when they were moving the house and putting it up on pilings. It just, they hadn't got to that point, I don't think, in their project development, frankly, you know, that happens to us occasionally.
Just out of curiosity, Sean, is there some substitute you could use for fescue or some traditional lawn species that where you don't have to mow? I mean, is sedge an alternative here that could look pretty nice and still?
There could be some opportunities for sedge. Are you saying, Tom, did you say a substitute for fescue? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly in
Like
some cases.
sedge, this is a pretty soggy area, right? I mean, the soil's wet for a lot of the year.
Yeah.
And it just looks like an opportunity to put something in that maybe doesn't look so English park-like, you know.
I hear you. It's something to definitely talk with the Landys about if they're interested in something like that. We have been seeing some clover lawns going in, micro clover lawns going in. Haven't dealt with a lot of that 100% yet, to be honest, but we'll be getting there, I think, before too long. We have had the Cape Cod, just the very drought tolerant fescue mix that we use, not using bluegrass at all. So we have moved in the direction of drought tolerance. Sedges, certainly, as you're speaking, will take those wet feet, right? So that would be.
But it's also very
it's
also very drought tolerant. It appears to me. I have quite a bit in my yard, and I'm trying to.
Do you have some?
Get it to spread. Yeah, I do. It must be.
And do you have it is it within the boundary of the lawn area too? Do you have it right in the lawn?
Well, it's more of a meadow now. It was part of the lawn.
That's good. I like that.
And it reseeds itself. So it's spreading.
Yeah. That's great.
Other than that, I don't have any questions. It all looks good to me.
Now, Tom, you're talking mostly about doing this more native grasses, sedge kind of stuff within the area that's within the 50 as opposed to the one that.
Yeah,
is the
that'd be an appropriate spot to do it, I think.
Because we normally ask for native species in those areas. Any other questions or comments or? I don't. There. Anything, Will? No, you're back.
Sorry, I didn't want you guys to watch me eat my dinner. No questions. Just I agree that this is a significant improvement over the existing conditions, both the pervious paving and all the plants that we're adding here. So I support it.
Yeah. Charlotte, do you have conditions that you'd like to add?
I do, and I did have a question for the commissioner if they're ready to discuss those. Seeing some nodding heads. Okay. So since this is an amended order of conditions, obviously these are the conditions that we've already issued. This is our regular template, starting at 55 to 50, originally 58. These are the special conditions we issued with the original order. I think the one highlighted that's already an existing condition might need to be modified considering the plan with the additional changes in the 50. The original project was just to raise the home above the floodplain, as Paul had stated. So I think we need to consider any revisions to this language. And then Tom, I know you're talking about this, so I just wrote this new one in red: a native grass and or perennial mix shall be utilized for site restoration for the proposed lawn areas within the 50-foot buffer zone as shown on the site plans. The specifications of the mix shall be submitted to the agent for approval prior to installation. I did not make any changes to the other conditions. I will just note that there's a standard condition further above that references the date of the site plan, so I will update that accordingly. But yeah, this is the only condition I added, and then I'll defer to the commission on if they would like this language modified or think it. I don't know, Sean and Paul, I think you may be able to attest to that too.
We're obviously going to have to use heavy equipment to remove the existing asphalt.
Yep.
They will have to, yeah, it's correct.
Mm-hmm.
And hard to see how you could avoid using heavy equipment to continue construction. So.
Yeah, I mean, at least for raising the home, it was acknowledged that they would need the heavy excavation equipment to remove the foundation and lift the home. And then after that, at the time, and Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if you were originally presenting this, all other work could have been done without that. It was really just obviously that was the point of the project, right? So yeah, with this landscaping work and hardscaping work, would everyone agree that really only to remove the existing asphalt driveway, you would need excavation, or will there be any other work in the 50 that might warrant any heavy equipment being close to the wetlands?
I think with some of the work, if you consider it to be heavy equipment with bringing some of the crushed stone in and doing the prep for the driveway itself would typically be heavy equipment. It's not, I mean, it's not gonna be super invasive. They're gonna be working over the top of some of the existing driveway as it is today. Actually, most of it's over the existing asphalt driveway as it is today. The area right that's primarily kind of out of the 100 and just getting into the 100 a little bit, where the center circle is all newish. It's going to be new. So there would need to be some equipment there. I guess that's going to be outside the 100 and a little bit into the 100.
I'm sorry, Sean, did you say for movement of the crushed stone material?
Well, if we're just preparing the base for the preparing the base for the driveway itself, typically. Any of the other true landscape work like setting cobbles on edge, that won't require real heavy equipment. That would be smaller equipment. And I think for the driveway work, would probably one of the larger piece of equipment.
Yeah, I would second that as well.
But yeah, I think everything else like that you've proposed can be done by hand. I don't think you need an excavator to transplant any of the trees, or am I incorrect?
No, not really. Most of it would be by hand.
Okay,
They're not real large trees. They're not
okay.
large trees. They're kind of been kind of shrubby trees, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna dig them up by hand, or are you gonna get a tree spade in there to move them?
I think you'd probably dig them up by hand.
Okay.
I mean, we can ultimately, if it makes sense when the guys are getting ready to do the work, we can talk to you, Charlotte, and see if you want to take a look at it with the landscape
Yeah.
contractor, perhaps.
Yeah,
if
we
that's
do
something
have,
you can do.
we do have that built in, so we can set something up when
Yep.
you guys are ready to start.
Okay.
Okay, and so yeah, I'll just note for the record that I'm revising this condition or proposing to revise this condition. No heavy equipment shall be used within the 50-foot buffer other than within the limit of work to remove the existing foundation and to raise the home, remove the existing asphalt driveway, and prepare and install the crushed stone and other material for the proposed pervious driveway.
Any other comments? If there are none, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing for amended notice of intent 25-05 at 95 Atlantic Avenue and issue an order of conditions with our special spending conditions, the already approved special conditions, and the revised condition and additional condition shown on the screen and read into the record by the conservation agent. Do we have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
We'll have a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell, aye. That motion passes 4-0-0. You also need a variance, I suspect.
Mhm.
I'll make a motion to mention amended variance for the amended notice of intent 25-05 at 95 Atlantic Ave for revised work within the 50-foot buffer zone of a bordering vegetated wetland and to complete the work as shown on the approved plans with the required special conditions as read by the conservation agent in the previous motion. Do we have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
We'll take it to a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell, aye. The motion passes 4-0-0.
And Mr. Chair, before you close the hearing, Paul had mentioned that as part of this amended request, the total square footage for the project has increased to greater than 5,000 square feet, which would trigger our stormwater bylaw. Since
Okay.
obviously there is no original stormwater permit that was submitted for this project, there's of course no stormwater hearing for this. So would the commission, with these proposed changes, be comfortable with waiving the stormwater bylaw? That would just require a vote. And I will note that we don't do this often, but for landscaping oriented projects, especially with reduction of impervious, I think we've considered that in recent past.
I've got no objection to that. I think that if it had been submitted as a separate order of conditions, it would have been under 4,000 Street to begin with.
Yeah, I think given that we have full site plans and landscape plans, the impervious is reduced and the plantings are increased, I would support waiving it.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Someone want to make a motion? Sorry, that was not.
I'll move to, I don't know how to do this right, but I'll give it a shot. I'll move to waive the requirement to file a stormwater permit based on the submission of the plans for the amended NOI.
Under the stormwater bylaw. Yeah, that
Oh
was
yeah,
perfect.
yeah, thank you. Under the stormwater bylaw.
Do we have a second?
Kathy Berrigan, second.
Okay, we'll take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell, aye. The motion passes 4-0-0. Anything else, Charlotte, before I close it?
Nope, sorry, that was it.
Okay, the public hearing for amended NOI 25-05 495 Atlantic Ave is now closed.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Thank you.
Have a good night.
next is public hearing for a notice of intent NOI 25-28 and stormwater permit SWP 25-13 for 66 Black Horse Lane for the construction of a single-family home, pool and spa, deck, patio, and other hardscaping and landscaping features within the 200-foot riverfront area and salt marsh and coastal bank buffer zones. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, The Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a remote public hearing via Zoom, webinar ID 890-9862-2636, passcode 121496, on Thursday, October 25th at 6:30 p.m. for the notice of intent 25-28 and stormwater permit 25-13 to construct a single-family house and garage, remove and reconfigure an existing paved driveway, install a pool, spa, fencing, patio, deck, landscape, and stormwater utilities within the 200-foot riverfront area of the Gulf River and the 50 and 100-foot salt marsh and coastal bank buffer zones for EJP Wadsworth LLC at 66 Black Horse Lane. The public is invited to offer input by attending the meeting or by emailing scpechtel@cohassetma.gov. The hearing is now open, and do we have someone to present this?
Yes, Kevin Flaherty from Flaherty and Stefani, representing EJ Pontiff. Charlotte, is Lara Jamin
Yeah.
on as well?
Sorry, I'm promoting her now.
No, that's okay. She's just the landscape architect on the project. So if it's okay with the commission and you, Charlotte, I went back and forth with Gregory DeCesar today and trying to get a DEP number.
Okay.
They never got one out to me, but if
Okay.
it's okay and kind of in your pleasure, if we could present with the idea that we'd come back at the next meeting if everything went okay, even if we had to make any changes to the plan, go from there.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd be okay with that, but we definitely should not close the hearing without a DEP file number
Right.
for a new
With the
project.
idea anyways, that if we have any feedback from the commission, we can make those changes for that next meeting. So I'll start by sharing kind of the location of the project. So 66 Black Horse was a subdivision of 70 Black Horse. You can see right here where the cursor is 70 Black Horse Lane. Over in this kind of disturbed area is lawn area and existing driveway is where 66 Black Horse is located. Over here is Summer Street this way, and then Black Horse Lane comes down here all the way down, and then abuts onto the Gulf River that sits through here. So let me stop this one. So really what we're proposing is a new single-family house on a proposed lot, on an existing lot. The lot is 77,558 square feet. It's in the Residence B zone. It is kind of Black Horse is serviced by town sewer, town water, so all utilities will be kind of through the town. We recently permitted the adjacent property to the east over here. This is 70 Black Horse, which was a new home. There was an existing home there when they did the subdivision, and we're demoed that, and we went through over the summer. We've had Brad Holmes from ECR kind of delineate the wetland resources out here. The wetland resources are obviously the Gulf River, which we have a 200-foot riverfront area, as well as a salt marsh and a top of coastal bank that is delineated down through here by this red dashed line all the way around here. And it also creeps up a little bit with the top of the coastal bank. We submitted to the board for a stormwater permit, as well as a variance for doing work within the 50-foot buffer zone. The reason we're working inside the 50-foot buffer for the most part is to remove the existing driveway that crosses over the lot. There's a driveway here shown in kind of a magenta color. It's kind of hidden behind the other lines, but runs all the way across here that serviced a property over here at one point. But this is all a paved driveway that comes through this way. And as you can see, everything is within the 50-foot buffer from the top of coastal bank. There is a kind of the entire lot right now is all really a lawn area. So all this right here is just kind of a grassed lawn area with one kind of arborvitae that sits right on almost towards the property line, but sits on 66 Black Horse. And as you can see, hidden behind here with all these contours, as Black Horse Lane comes up, all these contours kind of go down in this direction. So it's really, it's kind of not a steep lot, but a slope lot that heads towards the salt marsh and towards the Gulf River. So what we're doing is proposing a house. We've made every kind of adjustment we could make to push the house as close as we could to Black Horse Lane and to this right property line. In the Residence B district, we have a 30-foot minimum front yard setback or minimum front yard setback. As you can see on this corner, we kind of hugged it to 30.5. And same thing over on this side, there's a 20-foot side yard setback, and we held 20.5. Again, trying to keep everything as far as away from we can, away from the resource area and up towards Black Horse Lane. So as I mentioned before, riverfront and kind of top of Coastal Bank and Salt Marsh, we have the 100-foot riverfront zone here that runs all the way down this way. Part of the existing driveway and lawn area is kind of located in that area. There's a 200-foot riverfront area that comes up here that takes most of the lot. It comes all the way through here. And the other kind of wetland resources would be the 50, or the buffers would be the 50-foot buffer down here that we've tried to stay out of with everything we could from kind of a new development and improvements, and then the 100-foot buffer here. We also had to kind of situate everything based off the flood zone that kind of sneaks through the back of the property. It's a special flood zone, elevation AE9. No wave action, but there is this flood zone that comes up here that we've done everything we could to not fill it, not adjust it, just kind of work around the existing site condition. So as I mentioned before, single family house, 50-foot buffer here. It's going to be a walkout style house. We're really trying to work with the topography as much as possible. This front yard is really going to be kind of lifted up to kind of match the grade at Black Horse Lane, with the idea that we don't have to don't and can't really disturb too much towards the rear of the property. So we're really going to be working with the existing grades, and that's kind of what dictated elevations and everything else on this end. Excuse me. So due to that and the grading, we had to kind of get creative with retaining walls, holding up a portion of the property. The property on 70 Black Horse is significantly lower on the side, so we have a wall that would run down the right side of the property. We have a wall that would come kind of across this way where it elevates up where the pool is, and then a wall over here outside of the 50-foot buffer that would kind of hold up the grade here. With the garage on this end and having any sort of backyard without disturbing down below, we kind of had to put those site features in place with the idea that was kind of the maximum we could do to make this work over here. Let me see. So in the process of doing so, like I said, we're going to be removing this entire existing driveway coming through here. It's a little over 3,000 square feet of impervious asphalt. Again, inside the 50-foot buffer that we're removing. We are increasing the impervious slightly, going up by 1,800 square feet, plus or minus, for the patios, the driveway, and the house. But we feel like it's a better solution with it being farther away from, obviously, the resource area. We've also worked with stormwater to capture most of this, reducing the flows going towards the salt marsh as well as the Gulf River. Obviously, not having a driveway with oils and everything else down by here is, beneficial. So what we've done is, from our impervious and our asphalt, we've kind of graded the site where we're going to be pitching the water to a lawn drain in the front portion of the property, with a slight little depression. It's only about 1.5 foot depression in total, but most of it's going to be subsurface drainage. We've done test pits in this location and here as well. We are significantly higher than groundwater. As I mentioned before, we're going to be filling in this whole front yard, so this is really going to be almost above grade with the bottom of the system. But we won't have any groundwater issues with this end of it. So part of it, the process, like I said, is by pushing this house so close to the property line. This arborvitae that sits on the property line is going to have to be removed. Again, we couldn't really avoid it with any sort of structure, so it's going to be right there. We are going to mitigate that in a little bit. Lara can go through and show her kind of extensive planting plan that's going to be mitigating this, as well as kind of the 2-to-1 nature of the increase in our impervious on the lot. But this would have to be, kind of removed to make that work. But for the rest of it, this entire lot, it doesn't have a tree on it or any sort of vegetation beyond grass, so nothing else would be removed. We have, so then her mitigation plan, again, we has this whole area down here, and again, I'll let her explain it, but it has a roughly 8,200 square feet of mitigation. 2-to-1 is the requirement for any sort of work, and we had to do 2-to-1 for the replacement of this tree, but we felt like, by removing all this area down here, we had room, and knowing what we heard back from you guys on 70, we didn't want to just have it be completely lawn area as well, with the idea that you would be adding plants. So we kind of tried to be proactive and put a plan together that would be, achieve what we're trying to look for and as well as what you're looking for. Utility wise, we're going to be having, again, water is going to come off Black Horse Lane. We have gas that's going to come off Black Horse Lane. And we're going to have a new E1 pump that would pump up to the sewer here just to make the elevations work. We're a little too low here and we couldn't elevate it enough to make it a gravity system. We're also going to hopefully be removing a utility pole back over here. There's an electrical line that services multiple of the houses on Black Horse Lane that runs right through here. The client's hopefully making the situation better, going to be removing that pole and then running a new service from a handhold in this location, kind of final design by Eversource, in the location of the removed existing driveway to this utility pole over here. Be beneficial to them for views, so they're not looking at overhead wires and a utility pole right here, but I think that getting that away from the top of Bank will be beneficial overall anyways. Some of the comments came back. I think Charlotte had mentioned just due to how the proximity, how close we were to kind of pad the erosion control. We had a silt sock here that runs all the way around kind of the limit of work in the existing driveway. We're going to be adding a silt fence along with that as well to kind of double and reinforce that. We also thought that due to the elevation changes that I added another silt fence line here more at the toe of the slope where we're going to have to fill for the backyard. It would just provide a protective layer that any material, when this material is coming into the site, doesn't make its way down to the salt marsh. And this will be in place for the entire project. But this silt fence line here was kind of an additional thing that I thought was needed for the material coming in before everything is stabilized in the backyard. And I think that's pretty much it. But I do think the improvements of the project being that we're removing all this asphalt so close to the resource is a beneficial situation for the resource area. And again, I think we tried to maximize as far as we could from there, working with zoning setbacks and everything else from that end. But I'll kind of stop sharing in case Charlotte wants to go through, Lara wants to go through her landscape plan.
Thank you, Kevin. Do you have it attached to your PDF or do
I do. You want me to share it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I should have probably checked before. Yeah, let me bring it up quick. Can you see that? Not yet.
Not just yet.
Not yet. Hold on one second. There you go. Let me know if you want me to zoom out or anything like that. So
Okay. No, I think this is great for now. Thank you for the introduction to the project, Kevin. I think in terms of the mitigation planting, we focused heavily on planting the areas that are currently asphalt drive, certainly along the edges as you enter the property on Black Horse Lane on the left-hand side. That is pretty heavily planted with junipers. There's clethra, there is winterberry, switchgrass, and there's sweetgale and Virginia rose and some American elder proposed in those planted areas with the shrub layers. And then in addition to various planting clusters, the plan proposes a few different seed mixes, a lower seed mix closer towards the home to not impede the views and just to make the yard feel a little bit bigger with a lower seed mix. And then towards the back, a taller, more varied seed mix is introduced towards the back of what is the existing asphalt driveway. And no proposed plantings or no plantings are proposed to be removed. Any trees in that zone would remain. There are a few invasives. There's some multiflora rose, a bit of bittersweet that I think would be hand removed and just overseeded with the salt tolerant seed mix. And we're just really trying to improve the wildlife habitat on the property. Right now, everything that is shown as mitigation is currently a form of lawn or asphalt. So I think the plantings certainly add a lot of value and the variety of plantings towards the property and the wildlife there. So I don't know if there's anything else that you have to add, Kevin. I know you spoke about the kind of the heavy lifting on the property, and this was more geared towards planting, or if we open it up for questions and
Sure.
comments.
I have probably not a typical question you get, but what is, or can you at least estimate the square footage of new plantings that you have here? It looks like a lot, like bigger than the footprint of the house, but
So
do you have an
we
estimate?
had, so we kind of did it based off how far over the impervious we went from the existing. So we
Yeah.
are 1,802 square feet over the existing 3,000 square foot. So with the seed mix and the plantings, we were about 8,200 square feet, give or take, with the area that's shown on Lara's plan.
The seed mix being
Salt tolerant, and she has
the
kind of a
switchgrass
table.
or
Right, there's the New England coastal salt tolerant grass mix, and then there's a low growing wildflower and grass mix proposed towards the front or closer towards the home. So the darker hatch towards the back is the coastal salt tolerant mix, and then towards the front it's the lighter, still a green but a lighter hatch, not quite as thick, is the lower seed mix.
great,
And-
thank you. That was my only question, but the comment is, which seems to be a theme tonight, that this is definitely an improvement over what's there. It's respectful of the wetlands and gets rid of some impervious and pushes everything back away as far as you can get it. So thank you.
I would say within the 50-foot buffer, it looks as if that's traditional lawn, is that correct? At the rear of the house?
Right now it's proposed as a fescue mix for the lawn.
Yeah. A non-native species.
Correct.
Yeah, I would favor extending your low mix throughout the 50.
I think on one of the other projects you were referring to a sedge mix, like a lower grass mix. Would that be something you would consider as well, in addition to
Yeah, I
the
think we need to,
wildflower mix?
I think that would be interesting to look at, so long as the sedge you're using is native.
Mm-hmm. And you're just referring to the 50-foot line.
Yeah.
In the rear zone.
Right, within the 50-foot buffer is where we usually stipulate that you use all native planting.
Okay, I think that might be something the applicant is be willing to consider for the 50-foot buffer area that's kind of designated to appear as lawn right now on the plan.
Yeah, something that doesn't get mowed.
Would and certainly circulation around the house would be a bit of a concern, just in terms of kind of safety and use. If there was some sort of diagram prepared to show where potentially you would mow up against the house zone or the use areas, I don't know if that would be something that would be considered.
What sort of a safety issue would you foresee?
I mean, just being able to walk around the property from the
Decks.
pool zone to the lower area to the deck. Perhaps maybe not a safety issue, but to enjoy the property a bit more.
I would agree, especially with ticks and the amount of tick-borne diseases we have, that you need some place to get around your house.
Right.
Yeah, so I suppose we could have a mowed corridor there, but not particularly wide.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've got a lot of traditional lawn in front, which also has ticks in it. It's not like a fescue doesn't host ticks. It does. So I'm not sure that argument really holds up all that well.
It's the uncut grass that is a bigger risk for ticks, because
Bigger
that's
risk,
when they can.
but the lawns are not completely free of ticks.
Yeah, but if your grass is half an inch tall, what's the likelihood of it attaching onto your leg? You know what I mean? You get ticks in the woods and the tall grass and stuff. You don't get it in your lawn. That's all I'm saying.
I think we could find a compromise here where there is a buffer around the house, but right now it's taking up in some places the entire 50-foot buffer. So I would not favor that at all.
So Tom, if we came back and kind of did some sort of balanced and showed, you know, some sort of improvement, you know, wherever we can make it work within reason around that, that would, yeah, again, we're gonna have to come back anyways at the next meeting or our future meeting.
Yeah, sure.
So again, we kind of went in with the attitude that everything within the 100-foot riverfront area, we made sure that we kept, you know, everything out of that. But we were hoping to leave as much, you know, again, it's an existing lawn area. So if we cut back on that, we thought it would be, you know, obviously beneficial.
Yeah, let's try to find something that's in between. I mean,
Yeah, so we can come back and try to propose that, sure.
Yeah.
Any other comments? How much of the 50-foot buffer and the 100-foot buffer where the house is not is being modified as far as the grading and landscaping and just removal of?
You're saying inside the 50-foot buffer, Steve?
That's right, inside of it. It looks like the top.
So
part
this
of-
area right here, again, because we had to hold up the backyard a little bit. So this area right here is going to have material brought in. It's a slope already, but we will be bringing material into this area. And, you know, again, down in this area here, really we're matching kind of existing grades. It was just a way to get from the backyard down to the lower level is where the material is coming in.
And is there something similar at the top end there in the 100-foot buffer, or is that just
Where are you looking on the right side of the property?
on the left side of the property?
Over here.
Is that the concurrent grade?
So the
Or-
current grade comes down here. All this is, we start dropping the foundation as we come around the left side of the house. So really what we're doing is just tying in the road grades to the side. So right down here, we have a small wing wall that comes off the front corner, and it's just a way to get down to the walkout. But the grading is, we went with the grading instead of having to do more retaining walls down that way. So if we can kind of just increase the slope of it a little bit without getting into the flood zone is kind of what the thought process was.
You see, okay. Charlotte, do you have any comments?
Sorry, I was pulling down my dozens of documents I have behind the screen. Yeah, just a couple things. Obviously, as Kevin had noted before starting his presentation, we still need a DEP file number. Kevin, I apologize. I thought I saw this in your stormwater application, but I could have missed it. As part of the stormwater permit, we do need the drainage calculation report from HydroCAD with the stormwater summary.
We didn't submit that? Okay, so yeah, if you haven't got that, I'll go through my emails.
You might have if the file was too large. Maybe I didn't get it, but I don't see it. But please correct me if you have.
Yeah, I think it went in with the first submission. I don't think we resubmitted it again for the revised set, but I'll make sure we have it anyways. I have it in a PDF, so I can make sure you get it. Sure.
Thank you. Yeah. And then, as the commission knows, this property is within Riverfront. So the project is redevelopment, given the fact that there is an existing paved driveway that existed prior to 1996, I believe. And so with the removal of that impervious surface, which is about 3,028 square feet, I think, as Kevin had mentioned, they are increasing the existing coverage of degraded area on the site. So in doing that, as part of the redevelopment standards, you do have to restore 1-to-1 or mitigate 2-to-1. So they are proposing that. So in terms of those conditions, I did read through those. We did have to adjust some things here and there to be mindful of setbacks and 50-foot buffers and things like that. My last question, I apologize, Kevin, if I'm looking at this now. You did do a test pit for the infiltration system, correct?
Yeah, we did 2 test pits. We did one where the infiltration system's going to go, and then we did one towards the back of the house just to make sure from a groundwater standpoint we were okay and kind of knew what we were getting into with foundations and things like that.
Got it. Yeah, just wanted to make sure. I could have sworn I saw
Yeah, it's
that
not on the
plans.
landscaping plan. I can bring up the other one if
Yep,
you want,
nope,
but
no,
the test
I
pits are
could
on
have
the
sworn
plan.
I saw it on the plans. Just
Yeah,
want to
they
make
are.
sure.
They are.
Yeah, I think that was mostly it, Mr. Chair, and then definitely being mindful of the proposed work in the 50-foot buffer, the inner riparian zone, noting some of that installation for the underground electric trench. I can always work with the applicant to modify any limit of work or erosion controls as needed, but there is a stone wall in front of the wetlands. I don't know how old that is, but it will provide a little bit more of control for erosion in addition to the barriers. And then as Lara had noted, some invasive removal by hand. So you did not propose any use of herbicides with this project, correct?
Correct. No, excuse me. No, I think it would just be hand removal. And I don't think there's too much, but there's certainly some.
Okay. Yeah, because that would, herbicides would need a whole other variance. So just wanted to make sure. Oh, and I'm sorry, the last variance is in terms of the work within the 50-foot buffer zones to the Salt Marsh and Coastal Bank. There was another variance request that was submitted for greater than 1,000 square foot of riverfront area. That is a stricter regulation in our wetlands regs. So the applicant has submitted both variance requests to work within the 50-foot buffer zones, the resource areas, and a greater than 1,000 square foot alteration of riverfront.
Okay. I assume we're going to continue this until they come back with the updated landscape plan and the DEP permit.
And I'm sorry, Kevin and Lara, do you need, our next meeting is October 23rd. So just being mindful, documents would be due a week before. Is that sufficient or do you need more time?
No, I think that's okay. I mean, it works for me, but if it works for Lara,
Yep. Well, that sounds great.
and I'll make sure we have it. I was close to getting the DEP number today. It just fell apart at the last minute on us. So,
That's okay.
but we'll have that.
Okay.
If there are no other questions, the public hearing will continue for NOI 2528 and stormwater permit 25-30 and 66 Black Road Lane is continued to October 23rd, 2025. And with that, I can close this public hearing.
Oh, not close it. Continue.
Continue the continuance.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Have a good night. Thanks.
So next public hearing is for notice of intent NOI 25-25 at 45 Joy Place for the proposed construction of stone wall and pier float and gangway within the salt marsh, land under salt pond, land subject to coastal storm flowage, and 50-foot buffer zones in accordance with Massachusetts bylaw, Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw. The Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a remote public hearing via Zoom, webinar ID 890-9862-2636, passcode 121496 on Thursday, October 9th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. for notice of intent 25-25 to construct a 165-foot stone wall, 121-foot dock pier with 30 feet of ramp and float within the resource areas and buffer zones for Andrew Astley at 45 Joy Place. The public is invited to offer input by attending the meeting or emailing cpectel@cohassetma.gov. The hearing is now open. Is there someone to present this?
Hi, Paul. Hi, Andrew. Is there anyone else you need me to promote?
I don't believe so.
Nope.
Thank
No?
you, Charlotte.
Okay.
Paul will be leading the way here.
Thank you. And
Hi,
Paul,
Ver-
sorry, can you guys introduce yourselves, please, for the record?
Paul Seberg from Grady Consulting.
Andrew Astley, homeowner.
If you don't mind, if I could just share my screen.
Please.
Go ahead, Paul. Thank you.
So we are here for the proposed dock and seawall project located at 45 Joy Place. Currently, this site consists of an existing single-family dwelling and paved driveway. The house is surrounded by existing lawn area to the north and to the east. There's an existing riprap wall located on the edge of the lawn area here, and a salt marsh resource area that extends out to Little Harbor to the northeast. The house and majority of the existing property is located within a FEMA flood zone AE elevation 10. The applicant is proposing to construct a 121-foot long dock, which is 4 feet wide, with a 30-foot by 3-foot wide ramp and a 10-foot by 16-foot long float. The dock will be supported by 22 6x6 posts and elevated 6 feet above the salt marsh, providing the recommended 1.5 to 1 height to width ratio. The proposed project will require a special permit from the zoning board, a Chapter 91 license from DEP Waterways, as well as a general permit from Army Corps. There's an existing 15-foot right-of-way on the property located on the northeast corner, which extends approximately 17 feet as shown on the record plan into the salt marsh to the high water line elevation for a butter access. The proposed dock is in a location that will not encroach onto this right-of-way as shown on the site plan here. In addition, we received comments from Division of Marine Fisheries for the proposed proposed design is consistent with their comments. Temporary construction mats shall be utilized for access across the salt marsh as recommended by DMF if needed. No construction materials or equipment will be stored on the salt marsh area. The seawall is located landward of the mean high water elevation and within the existing lawn area and will not require any state and federal permits, but will be reviewed by DEP and Army Corps during the permitting process. The dock provides 1-inch deck spacing and a 1.5 to 1 height to width ratio, as I mentioned, which is recommended. And also float stops will be utilized to maintain the float 18 inches above the tidal flats as recommended by DMF. The ramp and float will be professionally removed during the off-season and stored off-site or in an upland location on-site. This proposed dock design will be constructed similar to the dock that was constructed with the same methods that was constructed at 140 Border Street. And it'll be constructed that dock was constructed in late spring, early summer, which did not impact the salt marsh resource area during that construction period. And a certificate of compliance was recently issued for that dock project in August 28, 2025. In addition to the dock, the applicant is also proposing to construct a stone seawall. The proposed wall is approximately 165 feet long and 18 inches wide, shown here. The wall is located south of the existing salt marsh within the existing lawn area. The wall will be approximately 3 feet in height when complete, and the existing topography behind the wall will be elevated approximately 2 feet at the wall location and approximately 1 foot inland across this dashed line here. The wall will be constructed with the same materials and construction methods that were utilized for the cemetery seawall project, which was recently approved and constructed. The proposed area of disturbance is approximately 4,800 square feet. In addition to the wall, we are proposing native plantings within the buffer zone area along the west and east side, consisting of red maple, red cedar, pepperbush, dogwood, bayberry, Virginia rose, and switchgrass. The plantings are designed to require minimal to no maintenance and fill in the area naturally over time. And they consist of approximately 2,000 square feet. In addition, we understand that there are concerns with respect to frequent flooding that occurs on this property and also the surrounding areas. And the butter to the project also submitted an aerial image showing the surrounded areas and the source of flooding, which I'll actually pull up here. So this is the project site here. And as you can see, there's the salt marsh to the west and also to the north and Little Harbor to the east. We agree with this representation of the flooding with the exception of the direction and also the source of flooding. The source of flooding is due to tidal elevations and storm surges from the Atlantic Ocean. During flood events, floodwaters will rise gradually to the elevation of the tide and storm surge at that time, and then they'll gradually recede once the tide goes out again. Any area of land below the flood elevation will flood during these events, meaning floodwaters would rise at the same elevation to the west of Joy Place as they do to the east at the same time period. The placement of the proposed wall and fill on our site will not cause any elevation of floodwaters or the Atlantic Ocean to rise, nor would if we excavated material on our site cause the elevation of the floodwaters to decrease. Flooding will continue to occur where the elevation of the topography is below the flood elevation, regardless of the project, and the project will have no impact on flooding on the nearby areas. Back to the site plan here. We certainly understand the need for the seawall project at the cemetery and to protect the historical property that abuts the project site. It's our understanding that the alternative designs were considered during the commission's review of the cemetery project and ultimately determined that that proposed design would be acceptable with respect to impacts to the resource areas. We respectfully request the commission to consider approval to extend the existing cemetery seawall an additional 165 feet across the applicant's property to Joy Place to offer the same level of protection for their property. We believe that this project can be approved as it has been demonstrated that the wall can be constructed without any adverse impacts to the resource areas. With that said, I'd be happy to turn it over to questions from the commission.
I appreciate
ahead, Tom.
your explanation, Mr. Seaborg, of how this flooding works. I know a lot of people look at this and say, well, it's going to cause additional flooding, but in fact, that rising water in the bathtub is going to go follow the topography.
Right.
So I see that the elevation, top wall elevation is 7.5 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that's the same as the cemetery wall?
It's slightly lower than the cemetery wall. The cemetery wall is at about 8 feet. We had to keep it a little bit lower to maintain the slope from the garage area back to the top of the wall, so it wasn't trapping water on our site.
So we had a storm of record in, was it 2018? And the elevation in this area, have you estimated that? You taken a look at the historical imagery for that?
I haven't. I mean, the flood elevation's 10, which would extend up to here. This isn't going to solve all the major flooding events. Certainly, it's
Right.
definitely still going to flood, but it will help in the minor to somewhat higher flood risks.
Yeah, I believe over at the causeway, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 9 feet.
Right.
You can.
And we submitted some photos showing that pretty much that elevation of 9 feet,
Yeah.
where it did flood.
So you're still going to be significantly below that storm of record flooding elevation.
Right. We can't really go much higher based on the existing house elevations.
Yeah. Other than putting a wall around the entire property. The Dutch solution. Yeah, well, I think that this is probably necessary.
Does this flood on monthly high tides? Or is it just storm tides?
It's just a higher than normal high tide events.
Correct.
Do you know what mean highest high water is in Little Harbor? You can't go off the tidal datum for Whitehead or anything like that because it's a constricted opening. So it's got its own high and low water measurements. And I don't.
It's roughly around elevation 4-ish.
For the highest high tide, mean high.
Mean high tide.
Okay, mean high water.
Mean high water, correct.
Yeah, not mean higher high water.
No.
Which is the mean of the highest tides in the cycle. It's usually a bit higher, sometimes quite a bit higher. Yeah.
So this would only prevent flooding on essentially a storm tide. It would only prevent flooding from the front, not from the back.
It would prevent flooding up to elevation 7.5.
Mm-hmm. And how often does that happen?
probably a few times a year. Is that correct, Andrew?
That is correct. I would say twice.
Related to a nor'easter, usually?
Usually related to our nor'easter, definitely pushed the wind pushing the water in
Yeah.
is what's causing that. It's not wave related. It's just kind of bottlenecking it coming back out.
Yeah. There's an existing wall there, it looks like. Or
Yeah, somewhat of an existing
Sort of.
wall. It's a riprap wall. It's very, very low in height. Yep.
and you would follow that.
We're gonna bring it in from that. It's kind of on the back. It's gonna tie right into the existing cemetery wall here, and then kind of bring it in a little bit from that riprap wall as we come around this area here.
Is that speckled area?
Yes, this area right here.
Yeah, that's the old
Yes, correct.
riprap. Okay.
Yep, which will be removed.
Oh, okay.
If you would, if you prefer, we just leave it. We can leave it, but I think Charlotte recommended removing it.
Sorry, Paul, can you, what, remove what?
The existing riprap wall that's there. Would you prefer that we leave it there or remove it?
It's probably habitat for something there.
I admit I'm concerned with the impacts to the marsh. So I guess in your experience, Paul, is it better to leave it because the riprap already somewhat impedes marsh migration? So just taking that out help, because you are building the wall a little bit behind where the existing footprint is.
Right. It would help with any sort of erosion from water washing against the vertical wall, but it would also allow the salt marsh to expand right up to the face of the vertical wall, which would also probably help with any sort of erosion. So,
okay.
We don't mind removing it, or we don't mind keeping it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that would have to be as part of the commission's decision on this project of whether or not that stays or goes and how to remove it and when.
Charlotte, there's some Q&A, but whoever it was didn't identify themselves.
Yeah, thank you, Will. Mr. Chair, I don't think we've gotten to all the commissioners yet, but we'll definitely address comments from the public right after that.
Okay. Can I go?
You can go.
Okay. So my understanding that you're referencing the cemetery wall as some sort of precedent approval or something like that. I don't think I was on the commission for that. Is that correct? This 8-foot elevation retaining wall next door. Is that right?
Will, were you here in 2019?
No.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's when that was.
It was a 2019 notice of intent. I believe, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure if you've looked at the file. I think it was early 2019.
It was right around that time. I think it might have been constructed.
It was Kevin Arrow Consulting.
Yeah.
So
right.
And I assume it was the town, right?
Isn't
that the town cemetery there?
No, it's
I don't think this is owned by the town. It's a private.
Oh, it's
cemetery,
private.
yeah.
All right. So that what my question is you referenced that as a reason why this should be approved, I think. But that obviously is protecting historic grave sites. And from what I can tell on the plan, all this is protecting is lawn, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, that is correct. It's basically, we're not really saying it sets a precedent. We're saying that the wall construction was done without having any sort of major impacts to the resource area or no impacts to the resource area. And we would like to extend it along to reduce the flooding that's currently happening on the client's property.
So I'm sure the historic nature of the cemetery was weighed against the impacts to the resource. So I don't think we can just summarily assume that there were no impacts to the resource. I guess I don't see the benefit of protecting the lawn compared to the impact that this may have on the resource.
You're protecting the entire property, including the house. Not
Well,
ju-
he said it only goes up to elevation 7.5 and all the house is above 8. So I don't think you're protecting the house. Right? Or am I wrong?
That's the math.
That's all. Just something to think about, everyone.
If you assert that the tides, which are storm driven, are just rising water, is that absolutely true? It seems that if you had storm driven tides, that there would be some movement of water other than just the rising tide. Particularly storms coming in from the north or northeast would be driving water up into the marsh there and around the wall and increasing the flow over the road and onto the properties.
So this area is just in an AE flood zone, elevation 10. It's not in any sort of velocity zone or land limit of moderate wave action. So it's not subject to any sort of wave action in this location. Okay.
So again, it's only if the height is less than 7.5 feet and not storm driven. So I think that Will's point is well taken, and that it is really only protecting the lawn for tides higher than or lower than 7.5 feet. And is that, I mean, we're normally not very we're normally protective of any kind of hard barriers within the marsh. So this is kind of more than that. As Will pointed out, the cemetery was a special case. Was before my time as well, and it certainly there's no salt marsh. There's not much salt marsh in front of the cemetery wall. If I remember correctly, it's a lot deeper there.
I think it aligns better with, I think it's Bow Street or something down there. Someone proposed almost this exact same thing, that build a wall and fill in behind it to keep water out, but I don't even think it's that effective, because if the tide comes up, it's going to get into the dirt that's there anyway, so I don't know. I wouldn't support it.
Do you have any other commission comments? Do you want to open up for questions, Charlotte?
Sorry, Kathy, did you go yet?
I don't have any questions at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, we have 15 comments from the same person. They have not listed their name and address, but I'm pretty sure who it is, but I don't know if you want me to go through one by one or if it would be easier to promote the person.
You can promote the person if you'd like. I think it's Brian Nelson because of fourth comment.
Yep.
His name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that in there? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brian. I'm just going to promote you. Actually, I'll allow you to, yeah, there you go. And thank you, Brian. And please specify if you would like us to read each of these comments or if you want to summarize. And thank you for confirming your address at 40 J Place.
Yes, and everyone can hear me okay?
Yeah.
You can hear it, thanks. No need to read all the comments.
Okay.
Charlotte, I think I'll take them in turn. And so I'd like to start with, can you, if you could just give me, I'm not sure what the time requirement is, if there's like a hard stop or you guys pull the hook whenever you're sick of me, but just give me a little bit of warning if you could. So I'd like to start with eligibility under the rules. And so I did submit a letter to the commission and address both the eligibility, flooding, the erosion, habitat loss, and a few other things. But I want to start with eligibility. Under the rule, Cohasset, the local rule, seawalls, either new or existing, are only to protect existing structures. And there's also an eligibility rule related to 1978. And Charlotte, I don't know if you want to take the team through that, but it's specifically the intention of both the state and the local rule with respect to 1978 eligibility is so that folks don't buy old homes, completely knock them down, and then stand up large new homes in areas that are known to be prone to both flooding and erosion. And so that was the intention of the rule. And Mass DEP also has given guidance to local commissions on how to think about reconstruction of homes. And so there is a notation and guidance about reconstruction should not be more than 50% enlarged by floor area. Here, the applicants have actually taken down almost the entire house. By my estimates, it's 80, 85, 90% of the house has come down, including significant improvements to the foundation. And so you can't call something that was built and received a certificate of occupancy in 2025 and is almost completely new, a new dwelling. And if you look at the size with Mass DEP guidance, it was approximately 1,580 square feet in terms of floor area, and that's livable, not gross. It's up to 3,200 or more now. So it far exceeds at least the guidance from Mass DEP with respect to structures, or excuse me, with respect to enlargement of structures in regards to building stone walls. So in terms of eligibility, I think it fails under the Cohasset local rule. They're also claiming there's existing stone walls, but the rule again in Cohasset is meant to seawalls are only a last resort, meant specifically to combat erosion. The applicant cited no erosion at all. And so if you compare this versus 94 North Main, they were showing pictures of visible erosion over the years. There's no erosion here. In fact, we may actually see some accretion of the salt marsh. And so if it is ineligible of the 1978 rule, it's a completely different house, character, style, and most importantly, size. And if the seawall isn't meant to protect a structure, and if the commission finds that the structure is not in danger, then you can't build a seawall that has a very large impact on the marsh and the ecology. And what we'll talk about, I think there's several other abutters would like to discuss the flooding, specifically the constriction and narrowing of this area of Joy Harbor and the wave action that takes strong flows that actually exacerbates the flooding. But I want to stop there specifically on eligibility. And the last piece on eligibility I'll mention is with respect to the state rule. So if you look at the pictures the applicant submitted, you can see this riprap revetment that goes from high elevation and kind of slopes down into the marsh. And so by definition, that should be a coastal bank, as it's the landward edge of a marsh, and it has a pretty significant slope. I, of course, didn't go on the property, and so the actual slope will be very important on whether it is a coastal bank. But if it is, it triggers several different clauses on CMR that are not addressed at all in either the site plan or the application. And so I'll pause there on eligibility. Thank you.
Do you have any further comment?
So I have more comments, but I want to maybe pause on eligibility before I get to the flooding issue, unless that's not protocol.
I was just wondering if there's any comment on your presentation there.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Sorry to interrupt. Will, Mr. Chair, would you like Paul to address any of that, or should we turn straight to commissioner comments?
Let's start with commissioner comments. Is there any commissioner comments?
Yeah. How do I put this? I generally agree. There's some nuance probably. Like, I don't know the technicality or legality of the built before 1978. I understand your point that it was greatly expanded, but I don't know the answer to that, Charlotte. We may have to find that out. And then as far the second part of that is structure is designed to construct minimize adverse effects on adjacent properties due to loss of sediment and wave action. We heard that this isn't a wave action zone, so I don't think wave action applies, but loss of sediment, I do take that into consideration. And no lesser method of protection. I don't even think that this protects the house, which is what I said earlier. I think it only protects the lawn. So I guess I mostly agree with what you said that about eligibility. Now that I'll leave it there. That's all. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, it is only protecting the lawn, and if the state has clarified that in their own laws that seawalls are built to prevent erosion, which again, that's a good point. There's no evidence of erosion or even a claim of erosion here. And it's not protecting the house, not necessary to protect the house, then it wouldn't seem to be eligible to me.
Yes, and I'm not sure if I'm still on, but the applicant in their rebuttal letter marked, I think, October 8th, admits actually that there is no erosion and the seawall is not being built at all to protect erosion. So they're admitting that they failed the rule, in my opinion.
Do you mind if I comment on that?
Please. Sorry.
So in accordance with the DEP requirements, it's if there's an existing home already on the property prior to 1978, and it also includes reconstruction according to DEP. So this would fall into that category if it did apply. There is no, and that only applies according to DEP if there's a coastal bank. And in this situation, we would not consider this a coastal bank due to the minimal elevation change of the grades, where the current seawall is being only about approximately half a foot to a foot tall. And then also with respect to the improvements to the house, which you're referencing as far as square footage of the home itself and floor area, this standard's basically from a building code standpoint, if the house would have to be updated to meet current building codes as far as the flood resistant or construction in the flood zone. And it's also if you're going to be rebuilding an existing home, not a seawall, with respect to what wetland regulations would be already grandfathered as far as proximity to the resource area, 50-foot wetland setback, etc. So those don't exactly apply in this case.
Yeah,
I think he was referencing the Cohasset regulations, not the DEP. Is that right?
It is. Yeah, it's the local rule that's pretty straightforward around erosion. And so again, the rebuttal letter says there is no erosion. And so if the requirement for a seawall is that it must be protect erosion, and there's the rebuttal letter says there is no erosion, this is for flood and storm damage, then it should fail. And with respect to the building code, again, this is the wetlands regulation discussion on conservation, not building codes.
Right, which is why we feel that it wouldn't apply in this case, because it's a building code thing, not essentially a wetlands regulation. In addition, as far as the reference you have about erosion, that's to 33A and not 33B. 33A references an existing wall or coastal bank, correct?
Incorrect. Under the local rule, there's a difference between an existing seawall and a new seawall. And so new seawalls are precluded under the 1978 eligibility under the local rule, whether or not they have anything to do with the coastal bank. So the local rule is actually more expansive than the DEP guidance. And with respect to existing wall, I know we had talked about riprap, but there is a difference between riprap and revetment or a groin or a seawall. And those are discussed differently in CMR and local rules. And so the burden of proof would be on the applicant to say that there is an existing seawall, which is a vertical wall, not a low-lying segment of rocks, right? They're all different coastal structures, but they are different.
I just want to correct one thing. I think it's discussed differently by the DEP, but not by the Cohasset regulations.
They're in the, I believe in the section 33, and I don't have it in front of me, but there are a few different coastal structures.
I do have it in front of me, and it does list them all, but it doesn't differentiate them.
Well, it lists them differently, and so you'd presume that they could have just said coastal structures, but by saying riprap, revetment, seawall, and then going down into seawalls is how I
don't think this one's helping your argument. I'll just let it go.
Okay. Yeah, I also don't have it in front of me, so I'm doing my best. I'll agree.
I'm sorry. So, Will, I guess I'm looking at subsection B in section 33. It's like, so in the beginning, it says no new blah, 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 blah. Obviously engineering structures will be permitted in any coastal resource area except as follows. There's a section above it on existing, and then proposals for armoring shores and new bulkhead seawalls, riprap will only be permitted if armoring is necessary to protect a dwelling constructed prior to 1978 and the structure is designed to construct and minimize adverse effects on adjacent properties due to loss of sediment or changes in wave action, and no lesser method of protection other than the proposed structure is feasible. So at least I'm interpreting this as we're not specifically specifying this is only for if it's on a coastal bank. It's across the board, and it has to meet these criteria in subsection B for a new structure.
Yeah, I agree. He said that there are different rules for different types of structures. But
Oh, right. Okay,
yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry.
all.
Yeah, so the
Yeah,
Wetlands
yeah.
Protection Act specifically speaks to 1978 related to if it's being constructed in a coastal bank. But yes, sorry, you're correct. Like all the structures are related to 1978 for our regs. So we're stricter.
But it seems that it makes no difference if it's 1978 or 2022 or 23, because it's not affecting the home itself.
Erosion,
Well,
right? The erosion, yeah. I think.
Well, right. I think if the commission finds that the wall doesn't protect the house because of the elevation, then the wall doesn't protect the structure. It's just the lawn.
But
And
then,
second-
so the next thing after that is, do you build the wall 10 feet high? But because then it would protect the house. But I think then it doesn't meet the erosion, right? Also,
right.
filling in all the fill behind it does nothing to protect the house essentially either. So that's what we said down on Bow Street.
And I just say as to flow across Joy Place does not look like it would have any impact whatsoever. I've got a full contour map of the site here, the whole area. And that 7.5 foot line is it's pretty wide there, from side to side. So I don't see how the wall would have any impact whatsoever.
There may be other abutters who may have comments about their experience on Joy with respect to flooding, wave action, and constricted flow. I guess not. And so,
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Sorry, Brian, just to interrupt. Mr. Chair, do we want to continue these current conversations about the wall, or do we want to move on to some of the other concerns that Mr. Nelson and some of the abutters had regarding flooding?
We can move on to that because I think we've talked about the wall enough, and we definitely
So, okay.
Opinion that it does not protect the house.
So Brian, and then if any other abutters wish to put a comment in the chat or raise their hand, Brian, I think we'll have you go first with the flooding comments that you had. We'll take any other comments from the audience related to that particular topic, but I do know you had some other comments, so we'll try to be fair to the other people in the audience as well. But I don't know, Mr. Chair, is that okay to have him go first? And then if anybody else in the audience has comments about that, about flooding concerns?
That's fine.
Okay.
I see no other comments in the any other.
Yeah, right now I'm not seeing any additional. I think I just saw a hand raised, but I'll wait for them if they want to put it in the chat or raise their hand again. But I guess Brian, go ahead since you're first in line.
Thank you. Yes, and I'll go quickly. Folks are tiring of me, no doubt. And so the wall so this is most of what you see here from the site plan is obviously in a flood zone. It's I forget the exact. I think it's AE. And so there are rules about restricting the floodplain. And so the argument is that by putting the wall, you're actually restricting the floodplain by not letting it to actually operate as the sort of natural living shoreline. And so there also is no compensatory flood storage for the floodplain they plan to block. And I'd also add that that's under local rules, and then under CMR 310, prohibits work that restricts flows, causing an increase in flood stage or velocity. And it's the velocity part of the state rule that I think is most important. Because as you can see, the narrowing and the channelization here is mainly what we're concerned of, because the storm surge and the waves and the significant flooding to the roadway and the homes is most prevalent when you've got these strong winds out of the northeast. And so when you put up a stone wall, it really accelerates and constrict that, just like putting your finger on a hose, right? So it goes faster, so it's more erosion, it's a stronger storm surge, so it's more dangerous to both the roadway, which is why, of course, CMR talks about restriction of the areas and the velocity of the flood. And so I think under the local rule and the state rule, it's problematic. And that's all I'll say about flooding. Thank you, Charlotte and commissioners.
And Mr. Chair, I'll just briefly add that, I think we may or may not have gotten. Okay, so we do have one other comment that was just posted. Do you want me to just read this one? She did list her name and address. Do you want me to read that one as well, or do we want to address Mr. Nelson's comments first through Paul or the commission?
Why don't we address Mr. Nelson's comments and then we can move on to.
Okay. Okay, Paul, I'm not sure if you want to answer first or.
Yeah, sure. I think I covered the flood zone as far as compensatory flood storage volume. This is a coastal flood zone. This is an inland flood zone, and what Mr. Nelson mentioned as far as the compensatory flood zone and the Wetlands Protection Act, that's reference to CMR 310-10.544, which refers to inland wetlands and not coastal wetlands, which we're talking about here. So you can't actually provide for compensatory flood storage for a coastal resource area since it's the source of it's the Atlantic Ocean. So as I mentioned before, it wouldn't matter how much fill we put on this site, or it wouldn't matter how much excavation we do on this site. It's not going to impact the elevation of the floodwaters here.
And Paul, can you discuss the velocity and channelization, please?
So again, we're not located in a velocity flood zone. That would be a VE zone. This is an AE zone. It's also not a coastal flood zone, and it's not within the limit of moderate wave action. So based on the flood maps and the flood studies, it's not in an area where there's wave action here. So it's not in the sort of velocity zone.
And I agree with Paul. I think that's absolutely correct. But there is a difference between technical definitions of waves. I think that moderate wave action is up to 3 feet high. And there is certainly not 3-foot waves in Little Harbor, but there is still wave action. And so there's a difference between moderate wave action as defined by the relevant authorities at 3 feet waves. What we're talking about is wave action from the north northeast. And I think we actually have, and it may have been submitted, Charlotte, some of the pictures of actually flow and waves cresting and rippling across the roadway. If not,
Yes, Brian, and I'm sorry, Paul, you did provide photos as part of your revised documents and original documents, correct? I don't know if you want us to pull those up or just want to confirm that.
Yeah, sure. If you wanted to pull up the photos that we provided, that'd be fine.
Sure, it might take me a little while, but I can pull those up.
While you do that, I just want to clarify one thing that was said. While I agree with what Tom said earlier, that it's unlikely that coastal adding soil to a coastal area is going to change the flood height. I think, and Charlotte, you may have to check for me, that our regulation, the Cohasset regulations, don't make the distinction that both coastal and inland need compensatory storage. But if I'm reading it right, so
yeah. Well, sorry, I know what section that is, but it's not coming to my brain right now. For the
31.
Yep.
Yeah, 31.
Is that 31? Yep. Thank you. Yeah, I think you're correct, Will, based on subsection B of section 31 for the floodplain. Essentially, any work permitted shall not reduce protected characteristics of the floodplain or lands subject to flooding. And thus any filling of cutting, removal, vegetation, etc. in lands subject to flooding or floodplain is permitted. Compensatory flood storage must be provided to replace lost storage volume. In the regulation, filling does mean adding of soil, elevation of grades, placing structures, impervious material, etc. Anything that can displace feature, detract from ability of it. Sorry, I just kind of paraphrase it, but I think you're fine. I think you're correct. I think it doesn't differentiate.
I think my point is that no matter how unrealistic it is that something like this would happen where it would raise the flood level because we filled in their yard or whatever, we have to follow our regulation, I think. So it does say that. That's all.
I would say that if there's any question about this, when it comes time to vote, if we are split or something like that, I would say the applicant should create a cross section across Joy Place Road, and I think I can see by looking at the contours that we're going to see that there's almost no impact by adding a wall here. But it could actually be established by drawing a cross section there with and without the wall, and I think you'd see that the constriction would be minimal and probably have virtually no impact on this. The other points, though, in terms of impacting the structures, I think that's really the core of any argument to deny this. I think the increased flooding is pretty speculative and probably wrong. So I'm focusing on what the impact is on this property and whether we allow a seawall to be built to protect the lawn or not. It's really what it comes down to for me.
Is the concern of the commission more so that this would be a vertical stone wall? Would the commission be open to any sort of alternative designs like a vegetated slope versus a vertical wall and still allow us to elevate the lawn area?
Well, you'd be working in the, in the buffer zone and altering it to no purpose other than decoration.
Oh, there would be some improvements as far as having that natural vegetation or native vegetation right along the bank.
Well, it's already there, isn't it?
Well, it's existing lawn area right up against the salt marsh.
Yeah.
And it'd be changed to,
I don't see
know,
what the
native
purpose
vegetation.
I don't see what the purpose.
It would help. It would help filter any sort of runoff from the lawn area before it enters the salt marsh.
Oh, okay. So if you want to restore the marsh,
It's a
up to
great
7
idea.
up to 7.5 feet or up to 6 feet or whatever.
And Paul, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Tom. Did you also submit alternatives? And was one of those vegetation?
Right. Yes, I have an basically
Sorry,
we
Tom,
didn't,
just
we
wanted
didn't
to note that.
specify any
no,
plantings or anything like that, but yeah, we did show basically the same concept but with a vegetated slope.
Okay. Would you be able to pull that up? I know you submitted two alternatives. I think wasn't one a riprap design and the other one was vegetation. I apologize if I'm, Oops,
Yes.
sorry. You should be able to share your
Design.
screen.
One was a boulder design, one was a vegetated
Okay.
slope design.
Okay.
Sorry, the screen share is kind of blocking my view of my plans here. So we decided the riprap revetment design would basically be the same thing as a vertical wall, serve the same function, but actually cause more disturbance and require heavy machinery to place the boulders. So we would consider that alternative to not be acceptable in this case.
Paul, I'm sorry. Are you sharing the alternatives? I switched it back to one share screen, so you should have control.
Okay.
There you
Yep.
go. Okay.
Can everybody see that now?
Yes.
So this would be the alternative showing a vegetated slope versus the vertical wall. So this area would all be planted with native plantings along the bank here. And we proposed the top at the same elevation that we would the vertical wall, but it would be a lesser slope going down to the salt marsh and all be planted as well.
Well, I'd certainly be in favor of planting, but changing the grade, I would not be in favor of. I mean, it's the same, you can come back to the same thing. But yeah, removing the lawn and putting native vegetation and promoting the health of the marsh, yeah, I'm all for that.
Well, we'd still want to elevate it to prevent the medium
That's the
to
part I don't like.
high. Okay.
That's the part I don't like.
And for me, it's not just that I don't like it, which I don't, but we just found that it says that you can't do that unless you provide compensatory storage in
Yeah.
our regulations.
But oh, does it? I mean,
Yeah, if I'm reading it correctly, and I think Charlotte agrees that it doesn't differentiate between
Yeah, it
coastal.
says land subject to flooding or floodplain, so it doesn't specify coastal or inland.
Oh, that's,
So I think it would be commission discretion, but it does say that it's blanket for all land subject to flooding floodplain for that requirement.
that's unfortunate because Mr. Seaburn,
Yeah,
absolutely right.
it's-
that
it's-
it makes no sense. You can't compensate for
Yeah.
coming in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
saying, that even though it doesn't make sense, that's the way it's written. And so-
Right, right.
It's not feasible, and it also the project at the cemetery wasn't required to do that as well, and they filled their site for the same purpose of protecting the property. We understand the significance of the site and why it would be important, but
And
no,
it was the
it was
actual
approved by
improvement to the property, not just grass.
But wait a second, you're either following the rule or you're not following the rule. So which way do you want it?
Well, you can always get a variance to it, and I think was on the commission in 2019, but I would assume that they weighed the historical significance of a cemetery pretty heavily in approving that. That's just a guess. I wasn't.
Yeah, no, I'm following you, but just a second ago you said we don't have the ability to change that rule because of the way it's written. And now you're saying, well, they probably changed that rule because they considered other things. So I'm just sort of pointing out the obvious here, which is
Andrew, I think it was in terms of like the language itself cannot be changed in the regs unless we obviously change that and go through a voting process. But I think what Will was saying, and Will, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we can't change our process, but again, variances can be submitted and requested, and the commission in their discretion when they're voting on a project can choose whether or not to grant those variance requests based on the the project and weighing all the pros and cons and impacts and things like that.
Yeah, so yes, exactly. We could grant a variance, which I don't know if they did that in 2019 or if they should have or whatnot, but I'm just saying that's the way our regulations are written. Maybe they need updated. They probably do. But we can't do that today.
Mr. Chair, sorry, moving on in terms of just trying to keep the meeting moving, we have another comment and actually two comments from different parties. One has listed their address, the other hasn't. I can either read both, one or the other. I don't know if Mr. Nelson had additional comments, but I think in order to keep the line of comments submitted, maybe we can switch to some of the other comments. And then
yes, I think that'd be appropriate. I think that we'll just take them in order. The first one's fairly short.
Take them in order. Okay, so the first one didn't provide their address. Is that okay, or do you want them to clarify that?
If they can, if it's still there.
No, they have to provide.
Yeah, they have to. Hi, Ms. Thomas. We saw you submitted a comment. Can you please enter into the chat your address for the record, and then we'll read your comment. But for now, we'll move on to the next one, and we'll come back to it. So Lindsay Dean of 20 Joy Place. Hi, we're concerned about the road flooding, and while we've heard the commission say that the wall won't increase the flooding, where will the water that normally flows onto the lawn go? While this doesn't seem like the correct venue for tonight, is there discussion going on about protecting the road?
I think our consensus, if I could speak for us, is that because it is connected to the ocean, the water goes back into the ocean generally. Is that right, Tom? You're the hydro guy.
Basically,
Yeah.
it stays in the ocean.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you think if you dumped a big boulder in the ocean, the tides would be higher?
So sorry, going to the second part of the question about the discussion to protect the road. I don't know, Mr. Chair, if you want to direct that to someone in particular.
If anyone knows the answer, I don't know. I mean, certainly it's a discussion of whether or not they're protecting the road is outside of the purview of the commission at this point.
We're not talking about
that would be something for the town's, DPW or whatever.
I think
Okay, yeah. I don't think Joy Place is private, correct? It is a public road. Public. Okay.
I think based on the first answer we gave, that we don't think that it would affect the road.
Okay. All right, and moving on to the next question. Also, Lindsay, if you have follow-up questions, feel free to use the chat or raise your hand. So Carrie Thomas of 30 Joy Place, she mentioned a site visit by the commission would be helpful. So, Mr. Chair, I don't know if you want to speak to that.
I don't know. I mean, certainly have seen the pictures. You've visited the site, haven't you, Charlotte?
Yes, did take photos, but as you know, you guys like to walk sites, so that's up to you.
If anyone else feels it would be useful, then we can do it. I don't know that it really makes that much difference.
I don't need one, but I need to say that I have to take a call for something and I'll be back. It's only 2 minutes. Is that okay or not okay? It's for,
We will need to temporarily pause the meeting. We only have 4 people, correct?
Can
Oh.
we need a break? I need a break anyway for.
Okay. So
and I think we probably want to continue this or,
okay.
right? So I guess.
Did I just comment real quick? Sorry, Mr. Chair. In the event, since it sounds like the wall is not going to be feasible for this project, I think at this point, we'd probably just like to eliminate the wall from the project and just focus on the dock itself, and withdraw the wall portion of the project.
Okay, Paul, just a quick answer for that. Are you going to propose any of the other alternatives shown tonight or any new alternatives that you might want to consider for a continued hearing for this particular, for the wall itself, not the dock?
Not in the event, since it sounds like the commission's not in favor of us filling the property at all, or granting that variance, so I would say no.
Well, I'd like to discuss it internally at my house before.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
If you could bifurcate the dock from the wall, please, that would be great. And then we'll discuss the alternatives that might be available to us for continuance for the other part, if that's possible. Please.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. So I guess we'll continue the discussion on the wall and any alternatives to a future hearing. And then I guess we can take a short break, Wilt, for you to answer your call.
Thank you.
And then we get to the discussion on the dock, which is the other portion of this NOI. And then I guess, sorry, really quick question. So commissioners, do you want a site visit regardless of whatever work is proposed, alternative, future work, et cetera? Do you guys want a site visit?
I think once we've heard more about the dock and discussed.
Okay. Okay. So we'll come. Okay.
When we've had that part of the conversation.
Okay. So we'll come back to that. Will, are you okay with coming back in 5 minutes?
Yeah, it should be like 2, so I'm fine.
2? Okay. Commissioners, I think we typically
Let's do
5-minute
5.
breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like
So
5.
9:39.
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
And Paul and Andrew, you're welcome to stay in this window too. And we'll chill for 5 minutes and we'll come back at 9:39.
Do you want to
Sounds good.
just want to continue this at a later date before we do that?
I think we
that's what-
should hold off on that because this is all one notice of intent. So we gotta make a decision on the entire submission. But we might need to hear the doc first.
Well, if there's still contention about the wall, and it would be changed to the notice of intent to just remove the wall, that it ought to be continued until the next meeting.
Yes, but we just lost a quorum. Sorry, so we kind of have to chill for a little bit.
Okay,
Sorry,
well,
Steve.
Okay, we will pause this meeting for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Do we have all four of us?
I am here, yes.
Okay. Kathy, you there? Hello. Okay. Hi, Mr.
Here.
Chair. I think we're back. We're going to come back to the site visit question. I guess before we move on to the docs stuff, I'm just going to quickly pin this back to Brian since he posted a lot of comments. Brian, are your comments related to the walls, flooding, et cetera? Have all your comments here and your questions tonight been addressed specifically for that? And can we move on to the doc discussion, or are there still follow-up questions from you or other abutters? Brian, you're muted.
I'm satisfied with respect to the wall. Thank you to everyone, including Paul.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to take some of these questions in the queue off the list for now, and then I guess we can turn it back over to Paul. I don't know if you have anything to add about for the doc proposal, and any comments from DMF.
Nope, I think I went through those. That was the first part of my presentation, but I think we may have forgotten that by now.
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to refresh.
Yeah, so there were any significant comments from DMF. I can run through this again if you'd like.
Sure. Unless, Mr. Chair, you don't think that's necessary.
We talked about at the beginning of the thing, unless I want to be refreshed on what.
I don't. It looks like the size is consistent with most of the other ones that we've approved there. And
yeah.
Construction is consistent with.
Yeah, my only comment was going to be that the dock all looked fine to me, and you hit all of our typical points like getting it out in the winter and stuff like that. So I was fine with the dock.
Yeah, and minimizing the effect on the salt marsh yourselves. I don't think we need to reiterate that. If there's any other questions, we can continue on.
So doesn't this need to be split then into formally split into two separate NOIs? Separate the wall and maybe not even submit it, but separate the wall from the NOI with the dock.
So I think this would depend on Paul and the applicant's discussions as to whether or not they want to take everything regarding the wall and any alternatives completely off the plan, and come back with an updated plan, or any potential, discussions to close the hearing for that. I have not drafted conditions, so I'm personally not prepared. I can try my best, but I don't know if the commission has any other. So I think actually, sorry, that first part would depend on your discussions, Paul, with Andrew and vice versa. So I don't know
we're willing to take all of the wall off of this NOI and vote on the dock as part.
Okay. So that includes alternatives, revegetating, anything like that.
We'd put together a separate NOI for that project if we choose to resubmit.
Okay. So thank you for confirming that.
Charlotte, does all the paperwork here for the combined project here need to be edited and
I think that would be up to the commission. I do not think they need to separate the notice of intent in terms of submitting a separate NOI to DEP at this time. If they're willing to revise the plans and take everything regarding the wall, revise the NOI submission, resubmit it to DEP under the same number, and just come back with a plan that just shows the proposed dock. I think that would be the cleanest way to do it. I would feel a little awkward doing that through conditions, but I think for the purposes of DEP, so that they understand that the project has now eliminated the wall and would be subject to any state and federal permits just for the dock itself and not for the wall. So I don't think they need to withdraw anything or anything, but I do think they need to revise the submission, take the wall.
All I was suggesting is amending it, not
correct.
Not doing
agreed.
anything other than submitting, if they choose to, submitting a separate NOI for the wall, but the dock should be amended, and I think you're right that should be sent to DEP, and I think when that comes back, it sounds like we're probably ready to just vote on it, not have any further discussion.
I agree. put the revised plan up and vote on it.
Yeah.
There is one question outstanding on the,
Yeah, so I guess commissioners, you're all set with comments, conditions, or sorry, excuse me, comments for the proposed doc. You guys don't have any comments? Okay, so moving on to comments from the public. Brian, I'm going to call you back. Hopefully you didn't go to sleep. Regarding your remaining comment on here on the right boundary line, riparian line appeals to crossover cemeteries, retaining wall, grave, and seawall. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Thanks, Charlotte. Yeah, I think this is not an opposition to the doc, but I've got some questions that I'm hoping we can have answered. And so, Charlotte, if you're sharing your screen, I think it's you sharing your screen, but you can see the site plan. On the right, there's a riparian division line that's a dotted line. If you're able to zoom in on that, my question is about like the angle of it. And so it's really two pieces. But first is it appears to extend over the cemetery's retaining wall on the side, a very small bit of land where there actually happens to be a grave, and the seaward facing seawall as well as the marsh. And so I'm wondering how the riparian division line was drawn over what looks like to be the property of the cemetery.
So the riparian line is not the extension of the property line. That's not how the riparian line is determined. It's determined by essentially the colonial method, which we use to determine the riparian line, which basically you connect the ends of the property corner where they intersect the mean high water elevation, and it's the line drawn perpendicular to that line. And if there's any sort of overlap or gap between the two abutting properties, then you would bisect that triangle, and that would be your riparian line. That's how it's determined, not the extension of a property line.
Thanks, Paul. I think you've helped with what I think I've seen as the angular bisection method for surveys into water lines. But
Yep.
I'm asking specifically about why a water division line would be overwritten on what is clearly land, which is the start of the line in the corner. If you could, I don't know if you're able to zoom in on that, Charlotte.
Oh, sorry, Brian, this is Paul's screen. Paul,
Paul's
would you be
screen,
able to
yeah.
potentially zoom in on
Yeah,
that
so
area?
well, based on the cemetery's property line, it extends 212 feet, 56 feet to this corner here, which would be essentially the end of their property. So there may be some minor encroachment, or not aware that there's a little bit of a difference in the riparian line there. I mean, it happens.
But so I guess when you're saying it happens, am I to understand that you're claiming ownership over that part of the encroachment, which is again the retaining wall, and there is actually a grave in that corner, like right on the line.
What's
the grave site? Yeah.
I
And
think
so
it would
that's the
hard
question:
to.
is how it can be overwritten on the land.
So we're not exactly claiming ownership of there, but that's where we believe the extension of the riparian division line to be, based on our survey, our professional surveyor's interpretation of it.
Yeah, and I think that's
Brian,
the
what point
question.
are you trying to
So
make with this?
Pardon me. I'm trying to understand. I think my concern with the dock is around a right of way that's pictured on the left. But before I can get to that, I'm trying to understand the boundary lines to understand the path of the flow. And so my question would be if we could move the dock over and the flow out of what is pretty close to the right of way. But I'm not quite there yet because I'm still trying to understand how a survey of a water line would appear over land and a tombstone that's been there for, I'm not sure how long, I didn't see the date. And so what you've explained is the water line. And so if you're going to explain the water line, that would start at the property line. It's the difference between the property line and the water rights that extend into it. And so I just haven't really heard that, Paul. You're saying there's an encroachment, but explain how there can be an encroachment of a water boundary line over land that's been there for quite a long time.
Mr. Chair, can we ask Brian to get to the point?
Yes.
I mean, I think that what we're talking about here is a modern survey that was done by the applicant compared to probably older surveys that were done by the cemetery, which is where they defined their boundaries. So there's probably there may be a bit of contention between multiple surveys, but I don't think it really affects anything that has to do with the project.
Yeah, no, we're not going to weigh in on property lines. So
Yes.
what is your request, please?
I guess I've got then we'll simplify this. I've got one point to make. I'm concerned that because of the right boundary line and where it sits, that the setbacks will fail for the float. And so if the setbacks will fail for the float, then zoning is going to say it needs to be moved over. And so if it moves over, then that's more pilings, that's more impact on the salt marsh. And so my only point is that the Conservation Commission can't quite weigh in on the dock because there isn't an adequate view of what the impact to the marsh will be.
So does this have to go to zoning? Does anybody know?
It does
The
have to go
dock,
to zoning.
correct.
Yeah.
And Paul, please correct me if I'm wrong, but does zoning weigh in on setbacks as part of their decision, or are they just concerned with height elevation?
They don't weigh in on setbacks in relation to the ramp and float that are out into the little harbor.
Okay.
No. And the setback is more a recommendation as far as Army Corps to be from the riparian line than any sort of zoning setback requirement.
Got it.
And is that only for the pier, or is that also for the gangway and the float? Because I see you see the you said the 25.7 at the edge of the pier. Is the requirement for the 25-foot setback only for the pier?
The pier could be considered a structure and have to meet a 20-foot setback to the property line. So that would be correct, yes.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't seem that even if you were to move the thing over slightly, you'd still be within the 20-foot setback. You've got five.
Well, there's sorry, Steve. So that was my core question for the Conservation Commission. My main question concern, which may be actually more appropriate for zoning, is that with where the right of way is, you can see on the left there's a right of way held by property at number 30, myself at 40, and number 44. And so with a float that's just feet away, it fails in that setback from the water. And so the reasonable use of that water access is infringed. And so that's my main concern, is being able to launch a kayak there. And if the float is impeding it, or if there's a boat docked to the float that's impeding it. And so that's my main concern.
I'm not sure that setback regulations have anything to do with easements.
Yeah, and I'm not sure with respect to Cohasset, but there are setbacks from right of ways. But I don't, and that's a zoning question, not for the Conservation Commission.
I think Paul said it's Army Corps, and so maybe Paul could tell us if it applies to easements or not, and then
it wouldn't apply to an easement as far as the setback, and also his right of way really is only shown as 17 feet from the street line, and it's in the description of the right of way it says to the high water elevation, so it really doesn't extend. Maybe he can, it's based on the description, it would extend to the high water line, but no further than that based on what's described in the actual document granting the right of way.
And how you've got it pictured is correct, Paul. You've got the dotted line, the corridor extending to the water line. And so if you could
we did that just to represent that there were no obstructions with the location of the proposed float, not stating that that's actually your rights to the water.
Correct. Yeah,
that was to depict it on the plan, showing that there were no encroachments into the right of way.
Agreed. There are no structural encroachments into the right of way, but water access, I believe, will be impeded, which would have zoning come back and say, hey, move the dock. And so that would be the marsh impact. But again, that may be a zoning question, so I may be taking the commission's time to no effect.
And again, your right of way only extends to the high water line,
which is 17 feet from the road, correct?
Well, it can vary over time, so it would be wherever the high water line is at this point in time.
Yeah, you've depicted it correctly on the map.
I do not see any additional comments from the public, Mr. Chair, unless someone's raising their hand, and I can't see right now, but I don't see anything.
Well, I would suggest that we then continue this to another meeting when they have rewritten their notice.
Paul and Andrew, our next meeting is October 23rd. Given the fact that you need to get documents in about, a week in advance for the commission to review, does 10/23 still work for you, or do you need a little bit more time?
No, that will work just fine.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, then we'll continue this public hearing for NOI 25-25 for 45 Joy Place is continued until October 23rd, 2025.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is a continued public hearing for notice of intent 25-21 for 33 and 47 Stanton Road, 294 and 300 South Main Street, and 33 Cedar Lane for proposed ecological restoration project to remove invasive Phragmites spanning multiple properties along Gulf River and along Salt Marsh. Hearing was continued from August 21st, 2025. Do we have a presentation? Or
Hi, Chris. Hi, Tanner.
There, folks. For the
Thank you for
record,
sticking around.
yeah, no problem. I apologize if my brain is mush after 3.5 hours of listening. I can't imagine how you folks do it. But anyway, my name is Chris Frateroli. I'm a wetland scientist with Goddard Consulting, joined by Tanner Poole, project manager from Solitude Lake Management. And it would be all right. I'll go ahead and share my screen and just a very, very brief recap. I'll try to keep it kind of quick. We are proposing management of invasive Phragmites reeds along the Gulf River here, just a little south of the Black Horse Lane property that you discussed earlier. It spans 6 parcels, 4 owners, shown here in red. And as we jump along, this is kind of what the site looks like. We had presented this to you last time, sort of a publicly available site plan, if you will, with contours, edge of salt marsh, riparian zones, etc. We are proposing to treat about 0.8 of an acre of Phragmites reeds within the salt marsh here, depicted in these red polygons here along the marsh. And so what we had discussed last time around was, essentially I think we had kind of come to a point of there aren't great alternatives to effectively managing Phragmites without the use of herbicide. And we understand the commission's reservations on that, kind of as a matter of fact. And so I think what we've tried to do at this point is prepare a document that we can at least use as a baseline to work with you on and find a way to implement an herbicide application program here in such a way that the commission feels comfortable with us doing that. And if I'm perfectly candid, I'm not sure that there is a project here. I'm moving screens because I'm looking over at my second monitor. I'm not sure that there is a project here that the applicants would be willing to proceed with that doesn't involve herbicide. So we're trying to come to an agreement here on an appropriate way to manage these Phragmites using herbicide in a way that satisfies the commission's concerns about that herbicide use. So Tanner, I'll let you kind of run through this, but Tanner had put together this document, which we submitted to you last week, kind of outlining the management strategies, timing, and some of these things. So I'd throw it to you, Tanner.
Yeah, like what Chris said, it's kind of just a document outlining kind of like the project, kind of like timeline of what we want to do in terms of how we want to go going forward, like manage the Phragmites.
Excuse me, you're going to have to turn your microphone volume up again.
Can't hear me? I'm sorry.
Barely.
Oh, can you hear me now?
That might be worse.
Let's see.
That sounded a little better.
How about now? You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'm always got a problem. No, but yeah, like I said, this was kind of like a document, like Chris said, this is a document made kind of going forward, trying to list out how we want to going forward manage the Phragmites. And it's pretty simply laid out as far as like we're going to start off with a herbicide treatment. We want to follow with a little bit of cutting for the Phragmites, and then a third would be introducing a native species into the area. So starting off with the treatment, sorry to kind of jump around. The treatment kind of starts off with the application window. For first of all, using the herbicides that we kind of already spoken about that's approved by EPA and DAR. The application window will be kind of in that same window of late summer to first frost, kind of like when the nutrients would be most highly absorbed. Application methods would include backpack foliar spray, hand wipe on method, and the cut stem method as well. And it's kind of there, just that's at the commission's discretion. I'll give Charlotte credit. She listed off something in the revisions that I forgot to include in this document. It was talked about, but I just forgot to include it. But the kind of like restrictions, and not restrictions necessarily, the I'm sorry. Kind of our conditions as far as like how we want to go forward treating. And this is kind of why I listed the multiple different types of treatment was for the first year, we wanted to do the spot treatment. So it would be like a foliar spray with the backpacks for the first year. And they come with the conditions that we would use, like, of course, like the bigger droplet size, treating with the wind or waiting till there's no wind, kind of picking the right day for these conditions. And then following that up with year 2 and year 3, we would use the clip and drip or the wipe on method, and any management past those 3 years, if need be, would be following those 2 methods as well. And also the reduction conditions, which in case like they weren't met, that the commission could provide any kind of like follow-up conditions or anything like that. And I was kind of looking for 50% reduction by year 2. So like kind of once we do the early summer service, year 2, we would kind of look to have at least 50% reduction. And then early summer year 3, we were looking at about a 75% reduction or higher. And kind of just to wrap that up, I mean, herbicide treatment has been listed as by far the most effective method for controlling Phragmites, at least large stands of Phragmites. We can move on to section 2, Chris. So cutting is pretty simple. After treatment, we'll come in and remove the biomass of the frag. And this takes place maybe like 2 months after. So for us, it would be like if we're treating in August, this would be like an October timeframe. Mainly after the first frost, after it kind of gets cold, letting the rhizomes kind of like take all the nutrients down. They're not trying to grow anymore. But this is definitely helps us in preparation for our third step, because it kind of sets the landscape. There's not anything that's going to block out any of the new plantings we're going to put in. And then step 3 is, of course, to slowly start to restore the native salt marsh by introducing a native species. And forgive me, I listed a lot of different species throughout this document, or at least 3, but this is also kind of at the discretion of the commission. I know last time I know Tom mentioned cattails, and they are similar. They also house a lot of they give a lot of habitat, for the wildlife. So that could be possibly a species, but I'm up to kind of the commission's discretion. But kind of following that framing of kind of planting at having a plug of kind of like 1 to 2 feet spaced out along the salt marsh, or I think Charlotte also mentioned this part of the DEP's guidelines. We may just need to follow that one as well. And just the benefit of replanting the natives kind of stabilizes the soil over there. It doesn't necessarily technically helps not necessarily restore, but maintain the salt marsh. And it fills in the open spaces with native species, which we're trying to establish. And that's kind of like what I said earlier with the how I said, like how we kind of want to list this out is that we're going to start with the treatment. We'll start with the treatment. We'll come in and cut it. Second year, I didn't list this, but second year we'll do the treatment. August. We'll probably wait about 2 weeks, and then we would come in and do the plantings and kind of let those get established in the summertime. And then in years 3 through 5, we would just kind of do our spot treatments as needed wherever the fragmented may be, and then also some supplemental planting where spaces allow. And then the rest is compliance. It's kind of just like how I listed down some conditions in a sense, and of course, like the monitoring that we would provide to the commission as well.
So yeah, I think that that's pretty good overview of kind of a standard Phragmites management approach. And like I said earlier, I'm kind of seeing this as a baseline from which we can work with the commission to make tweaks, additions, subtractions, whatever it may be, to get to a point where the commission feels comfortable with us implementing a program like this. So I think that's all from us. Happy to take any questions, comments, feedback.
Any comments?
Have you actually created a formalized treatment plan with a schedule and I mean, you have a really nice presentation here, but I mean, something more along the lines of a real plan rather than an explanation here. Timelines, personnel, all of this.
No, not on paper yet. No, unfortunately.
Okay. I hope that everybody in the commission has been looking at a document that I circulated about the alternatives to this. And I think it's clear that yes, that herbicide treatment is the most widely used method of suppressing these, but it also seems to indicate that a timeline might be more like 5 years rather than 3. That it's really this is a really long process, and it just doesn't happen that quick. You're going to be putting out little brush fires here as some of these Phragmites stands. You haven't got all the rhizomes. They're strong enough to send up new shoots, so you've got to be out there and taking care of those on a pretty regular basis. Not in for a week or two in August. It's a pretty involved process. That's the way it appears to me.
Right. So to that point, we are still calling, up through year 5.
Yeah. Okay.
We're still calling for spot treatments for any of that regrowth that's resprouting from those rhizomes. I think that generally, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Tanner, it's usually one application a year, correct? You can do follow-ups kind of repeatedly, to your heart's content or the commission's desire, as it were. But the idea is to have a long-term program in place here for at least 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
And Chris and Tanner, just to confirm, like in my limited experience, and I'm sure you can confirm this, the spot treatments as well as the initial treatment are really only done in the fall in the best possible conditions, obviously with like no storms, no wind, etc. But you're really not really applying this in the spring or anything, are you? For frag?
Yeah, no, not really.
Oh, sorry, Tanner, did not hear that. Oh, okay, sorry, your mic was cutting in and out, sorry.
Jesus, not again.
Well, that was better.
No, I'm sorry. We usually wait until like late summer, so like August, middle.
Okay.
The second half
Okay.
of August is normally when we start.
Okay.
If you come in on year 2, do you cut that regrowth before doing the plantings?
We just might have, we would do the cutting around the same time, like probably the same day as we did the plantings.
Or you would be recutting at that point, I assume, but not any in further years when you've got the natives getting into becoming more frequent, more dense, or would you continue to do mechanical cutting?
I'm sorry, I said that question again. I'm sorry.
I assume that when you get to year 2, when you're checking for regrowth before you start doing the planting, that you're going to recut the emergent Phragmites. But when you get to the further years, when you're kind of spot treating, would you be taking those out individually, or would you be doing another, kind of overgrowth kind of cutting, even though you've got your natives taking hold?
I would say it definitely depends on the density, but I mean, it can definitely still be like, you can definitely go out there with like loppers and cut them, but I wouldn't say we would need to go out there with like like brush cutters like we're doing in year 1 and year 2 possibly.
And do you have any concerns with growth from further years from seed? Obviously that's how it gets there.
Yeah, I don't think that obviously they have those really remarkable fluffy seed heads, that some amount of which are viable, but by and large, it's really not terribly viable from seed. The rhizome growth is really what we typically worry about in terms of follow-up treatments in the same spot. Some of that may come into play to a limited degree, but for the most part, the seeds are not terribly viable.
But there's a lot of them.
This is true, yes. But I suppose, for the purposes of managing regrowth, if something is germinating from seed, that leads me to believe that it has a less robust root and rhizome system, and it probably is even more easy to address, as opposed to something that has a robust established rhizome system. So I think for the purposes of a management plan, it doesn't matter a whole lot whether it's regrowing from rhizome or new sprout from seed. But that's kind of been my experience on the topic.
Do you have any other comments? Bill, Kathy? Charlotte, do you have anything to add?
Yes, but I don't know if the commissioners are, satisfied with what they've seen. I know, Tom, you had mentioned you want to see a little bit more of a fleshed out management plan with some of the stuff that we discussed tonight. I don't know if commissioners have any other comments. I think we are good on the site plan / survey, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it's really just finalizing this. Sorry, the management plan, I'm sorry. Is that the consensus with the commission so far?
No.
No? Okay. Sorry, Will. So yeah.
No. No, I'm not on board for this at all. I don't think that the benefit outweighs the potential costs of this. And I just want to clarify something you said at the beginning, that I didn't hear fully what you said about the alternatives. The owners are unwilling to do the alternatives, or what is it? Or is it this on the screen here? It says cutting alone is ineffective. So go ahead. Yeah.
So to that point, I think, there are some other alternatives that exist out there, none of which are nearly as effective as herbicide use. And, so you probably don't quite get the result that you want, and at the cost of a much more labor intensive and, expensive project. So, and Tanner, again, correct me if I'm wrong, based on my conversations with the applicants, I don't think they're looking for, an ongoing mowing program or something like that. I think the goal is really to address this as directly and head on as possible.
I understand that that's what they want to do because it's easy, but I don't think that it's right to characterize continual mowing as ineffective. It will work, right? Eventually. It's just very expensive and labor intensive.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if all we're doing is mowing, you know, you might beat it into submission at some point down the road, but you're never going to get rid of it with that. It will always come back.
But you're saying the same thing about the herbicide because you're gonna have to come back and cut the stuff that grows anyway. So I don't see the benefit, and I don't see anything here or haven't heard anything from you that would convince me otherwise.
Yeah, so I guess I suppose the distinction on that is, you know, with an ongoing mowing regime, you know, you can expect the vast majority to return in subsequent seasons, and you know, with an herbicide treatment like we are talking about, it is not, you know, it is not a one and done. It is not even, you know, it's probably more than even a couple of years, like we've been talking about, but rather than having the vast majority return in subsequent years, you start to whittle it down, and in a few years you're talking about single stalks rather than, you know, in tens of thousands of square feet.
To what end though? The benefit of this is what? Just that the Phragmites is gone. Everybody can see the water.
Correct. Yeah, and there is obviously appeal in terms of being able to see the water better, but you know, we do these types of projects elsewhere too, and they undeniably provide an ecological benefit as well.
And what would that be?
Well, namely removing an invasive species and revegetating the area with native species that are more conducive to, you know, supporting salt marsh hydrology, supporting native flora and, or really fauna, you know, and all these types of things that, you know, we typically look for in our protections of the interests of the act and the bylaw.
But the cost is, and the reason that we have the complete restriction on herbicides is the potential that they end up in our water supply and our plants, animals, kill the animals, hurt the people, all that kind of stuff, right? So
right. Yes, no, absolutely. And you know, we understand and appreciate the hesitancy on herbicides, you know, writ large. Absolutely understand that. You know, our position, and you know, Tanner does this every day. I do it from more of a high level position. Herbicides such as these, you know, they're approved by the higher powers that be for this use, and you know, even more direct application to water than what we're proposing here. And you know, application in accordance with the label done by licensed applicators of these already approved herbicides, you know, ultimately has a very limited potential to cause adverse impacts elsewhere. So, you know, that's kind of our stance on the topic.
Yep, I understand. And I also understand why we have more stringent regulations than, say, the EPA. So that's my stance on it.
Of course. Understood. Yeah, no, we're, you know, we're, like I said, kind of leading off, we're hoping that we can reach a point with a management plan here where the commission is comfortable with a limited application to achieve this ecological benefit. And that's what the hearing process is for, right?
Yep.
So what I see from looking at the analysis done by the Great Lakes Phragmites Coalition is you guys are taking a route that pretty much what they recommend. Some of the issues that they raise, though, are mixtures of these two herbicides, and they need to be carefully, the proportions need to be carefully mixed to account for whatever fauna are in the area that might be hurt, and also what damage might be done to any native plants that exist. And as I read it and realize that it's all pretty technical, and I don't know that it's easy for us on the commission to digest all of this and make a very informed decision. I just wonder if we couldn't have a review of your plan by an outside party, third-party review. Another thing I'm concerned about is you mentioned that the made some comment to the effect that the applicants themselves may have limited patience for how long they're going to do this, and how many resources they're willing to commit to what could be a very long project. And it would be really, I don't know how I describe my feelings, but it wouldn't be good if we got partway through this thing, assuming it was approved, and then the applicants lose their appetite for how much money it's costing. And I know you can't probably answer that question. They have to answer that themselves, but I don't know how we'd get a commitment here, some sort of contract. Hey, you want to start this? It's an experiment. You need to post a bond or something like this to make sure that this is carried through according to and at the length of the management plan that you guys develop. I mean, it'd be terrible to take the risk and then not see any benefits, or see benefits that were so temporary that it was really an exercise in futility.
I agree with you, but my conclusion is that I would not vote for it because I don't see any, like, posting a bond and all that other stuff. We could just not approve it.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, I'm torn in both directions here. Well, honestly, I'd like to.
I'm just concerned
think that we could actually address the problem of Phragmites here, but on the other hand, I don't think I understand quite enough to really evaluate the risks, and I would like to know whether or not the plan that's been put before us is really how sound is this? That's another opinion about it. Specifically somebody to come out and look at this stand of Phragmites and say, sorry, you're never going to win this battle, or yes, it's feasible. A third party that doesn't have a financial interest in this.
Tom, Mr. Chair, and Kathy, Will, you've stated your position, at least at this time, that you're not in favor of the herbicide use. Okay, thank you. So I guess the commissioners who, I guess, Tom, you've mentioned updating the habitat management plan a little bit more. Do any other commissioners wish to see that document? I will just note that we have 4 commissioners tonight. 2 of them are out. So I don't know if it's worth a continuance. Obviously, I know it's late, and thank you guys for sticking around, but it seems like I'm hearing that some commissioners want more information and a detailed management plan with the information we discussed tonight.
I'd like to see more information on what happens in the long term. I mean,
Okay.
If they stop at 5 years, what's going to stop the Phragmites from coming back? It got there anyway, and it's certainly established in other places and certainly can return here.
So you're looking for that in the management plan, or are you looking for data from Chris and Tanner on what happens after the 5+ years?
That's right. I mean, as Tom pointed out, I think it was Tom pointed out, that what happens after 5 years, and these folks, stop being maintenance.
Okay. So you're looking for long-term examples. And Chris and Tanner, do you have those? Do you go to sites after 5+ years? Do you find that you have to reopen stuff? I don't know. This might be information we can't discuss tonight unless you want to briefly mention it, but it might be stuff you may need to provide the commission.
Yeah, I would throw it to Tanner and I can chip in afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, how do we measure success here, right? I mean, if you guys worked there for 5 years and there's no more Phragmites, and in year 8, suddenly they start appearing again, and the applicants say, "Oh no, not again. We already spent all this money. Look, it's back, and we're not going to try this again." And so we've taken whatever the risk is, whether it's large or small, of using herbicides in our town marsh, and it's all for nothing. So.
Yeah, no, I understand that point, absolutely. You know, I suppose my thought on this to a degree is let's not let perfect be the enemy of good. And I understand that, you know, I understand the reservations about the chemicals for sure. Absolutely understand that. But my thought is, you know, if we can restore 99% of this area to native marsh grasses in, you know, in a 5-year time span, I think that that's a really great benefit.
Well, one of the things to consider is that Phragmites got established in this area that presumably had native plants, and they were unable to compete. So, you know, it's once you get native plants established again, they're really no defense against being invaded again. They lost the war once, when there's no reason to think that they wouldn't lose it again.
There is that risk. Yep, there is that risk.
I would say that as of now, I'm not prepared to vote for this, but I'm not going to state equivocally that I wouldn't vote for it no matter what I heard.
Mr. Chair, sounds like we need a continuance here.
I think we do, yes.
Yeah. Chris and Tanner, given the commission's comments, do you anticipate October 23rd being feasible for now? Or do you know, want to request a later meeting? You can always continue in the future if you need more time. Just keeping in mind documents are due a week before.
Yeah, I'll leave that to you, Tanner, because you're probably doing the writing. I would say probably let's call it the 23rd, and if we got to push it, we can.
Okay.
Okay, if there are no other comments, I can.
Sorry, I had one last thing that we don't have to do tonight. You can bring it next time. Is if cut and cover was looked at, so we can talk about that next time. I just don't remember. Thank you.
So at this point, the public hearing for NOI 25-21 for 3337 Stanton Road and 294 and 300 South Main Street and 33 Cedar Lane is continued until October 23rd, 2025.
Folks, have a good
Thank
night.
you, guys. Have a good night. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I make a brief request to switch two things on the agenda?
Sure.
Okay, can I request that we discuss the COC before the fee schedule updates? And I have a request for the fee schedule updates, but I'll make that later.
That's fine.
We do have someone in the audience for 460. That's why I don't want them to. So I will promote her. Thank you. So we'll switch gears a little bit to the NOI 2517 certificate of compliance request for 460 King Street. We have the applicant and owner Lynn Sheridan on the call in case commissioners have questions. So I'll try to be quick with this. I know it's a late night. I'm going to pull up the approved plan. This was a septic repair project that came before the commission in the summer. So this project has been turned around really quickly. This was the approved plan. It was also approved by Board of Health. This is the as-built. So in terms of deviations, the distance here, other than a 0.1 difference, is the same. It's the tank's just a tad closer to the wetland. The approved was, I think, 10.5, 10.6 versus 9.3. Other than that, no concerns from Board of Health with the septic system. The site is fully stabilized. And in terms of the special conditions, I'll try my best to be quick as possible. The limit of work in terms of it being inspected, I did that with the contractor. We went out with the owner, contractor, and the people who will be cutting the trees. We staked out the limit of work. We did have to move some of the markers to correctly match the trees being removed at the limit of work. It was just a couple stakes. That was all evaluated. Trees came out. I came back after the trees were removed and before the excavation started, confirmed everything was correct, that everything was removed per plan. Then the excavation, happened after that. So I would say in terms of special condition 55 in the order, that was compliant. I'll come back to condition 56. Condition 57 was about tree replacement, to work with the agent to locate trees for replacement, 1 to 1 in the 100, 2 to 1 in the 50, to the maximum extent practicable or possible. The trees were native to come from the lists. So as part of the pre-construction visit, you can see on the plans here, there are 3 trees that were planted, eastern red cedars, that were planted on this area of the property. I'll explain why. So per the approved plan, you guys saw how many trees came out. I think it was 12 or 13. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think it's 12 or 13. Someone correct me. But anyway, so we walked the property. As you can see, given the size of the property, the location of where the wetland is here, there are power lines in front here facing King Street and also on Schofield Road. So for this area here in front of the driveway, this area here in front of the existing stone wall, these are all power lines. And so we were hesitant, and the native landscaper that Lynn worked with, who I've worked with in the past on restoration projects, was also hesitant to put any trees in this corner, essentially, because obviously they just grow right under the power lines. They would have to be severely pruned, cut, possibly taken out in the future. As you can see, there's also a 20-foot wide drainage easement, so you cannot put anything, trees or anything like that in the easement. There's just some basic gardening here, but yeah, nothing else in terms of blocking it. Obviously, you don't want to put anything on top of the septic leaching field. Board of Health Director did not recommend that. And this area here, we did look at this area here. As you guys may remember, the front of the yard did not perk. So the drainage for soils was extremely poor and would not accommodate a septic. So we were concerned about planting any trees in this area. I thought there could be some room over here, but the native planting landscaper that Lynn worked with was not comfortable with that. So really, unfortunately, the only feasible area, this is all woods, by the way. So again, we didn't want to disturb the woods that was not taken out for this project. And with the canopy lack of coverage, unfortunately, wasn't really good to get trees in there. And then putting them in the wetland would have also been a problem, because obviously you'd have to remove a lot of vegetation to install the plantings. We didn't think that was appropriate either. So unfortunately, that only left this small area in this area, along this Schofield Road and the abutting property. Based on tree spacing, we're able to get 3 trees in. Sorry, I'll go back to the as-built. Only able to get 3 trees in with the spacing, recommended spacing 10 to 15 feet. So, to the maximum extent possible, we really tried to get more trees in, but 3 was really the maximum that myself and the landscaping professional were comfortable with installing. Does anybody have any questions about that before I keep going? No? Okay. And then no staging, stockpiling, et cetera. Based on my multiple visits to the site, I did not see any of that in the buffer zones beyond the limit of work, and did not see anything in the wetland. I walked the site, did not see any evidence of that disturbance beyond the limit of work, and the site has fully been stabilized. So the last condition in terms of the native seed mix, it was to be inspected. The specs were supposed to be inspected by me prior to installation. Unfortunately, that did not happen. The specs that were, installed were, like a ryegrass, Kentucky bluegrass, red fescue combination. So, grass. We knew that obviously nothing could really get planted on top of the septic system other than like some grasses, perennials, et cetera. So that's really the only deviation for the project. Other than that, I think I can confidently say the applicant has complied with everything else. I'll defer to the commission on a solution if you wish to make this an ongoing condition, to maybe work with Lynn to install any sort of native seed mix somewhere, or et cetera, anywhere where there was restoration. I think, her and I both discussed that that's a possibility. Other than that, if you do not choose to do that, I would just recommend conditions 40 and 41 in terms of no herbicides, et cetera, fertilizers. And then also the plantings, the trees have to survive 3 full growing seasons and or be replaced by the current or future owners. And I can pull up site photos. I don't know if you guys looked at those, but yeah, I just want to keep the plans on here just to show.
I looked at all this. I'm good with it. I didn't have any questions or concerns.
Okay.
No, Kathy? I guess we have no questions. Do you have any objection to issuing the COC?
I have no objections.
Okay.
Either.
So I'll make a motion to issue certificate of completion for notice of intent 25-17 at 460 King Street with the ongoing conditions as.
Oh,
listed.
sorry, Steve. Just a quick clarification. Are you good with just 40 and 41, or did you also want to add condition 56 to install any native seed mix? Are you guys satisfied with just 40 and 41, which are our standard conditions, or?
Is there going to be, what's going to be put on the mound?
Nothing. So like it would just be any potential integration with a native seed mix per the orders condition. So no plantings or anything like that.
The native seed mix will go over the mound, right? Is that correct, Charlotte?
I think it depends on what your comfort zone is, because the site is fully stabilized with the grass mix.
It's got grass in it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Lynn, did you have something to add?
Well, I just wanted to share, which I think, we talked about so the seed mix was put down by a specialist who put in the Northeast native mix that he's used. I just want to share that we didn't just go haphazard. I wasn't present when they made the decision of what they were going to put down, but I since have spoken with them and with him about the seed mix. And so they just wanted me to be sure to share that it wasn't chosen as a special lawn, but more to be a Northeast mix.
Yeah. Thank you, Lynn.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm good.
Also.
And then we'll just do it with the, what was it, 40 and 41?
Yep.
Okay. So with the following ongoing conditions, number 40 and 41 from the permit. Do we have a second?
Second.
Take a roll call vote. Will Ashton.
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Bagnell, aye. The motion passes 4-0-0.
Awesome. Thank you, Lynn. I'll work on getting you that tomorrow. And
Thank you
for
so
Bob
much.
for pickup.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you for sticking around.
Yep.
Have a great night.
Okay, thank you. You too.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. She was the only one left in the audience.
Do we want to talk about fees now, or?
My recommendation is going to be to read the public notice for the record and to continue because it's very late. And Chris also isn't here, and I'm sure he'll have comments. And Sanji also isn't here, so.
Okay, we have a public hearing to discuss and update the Conservation Commission fee schedule.
Sorry, can you just read the public notice? Sorry.
According with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 in the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a remote public hearing via Zoom. Webinar ID 890-9862-2636, passcode 121496 on Thursday, October 9th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. to discuss, review, and vote on language revisions and filing fee changes to the Cohasset Conservation Commission's fee schedule, last resided and effective April 16th, 2006. The public is invited to offer input by attending the meeting or emailing cpectel@cohassetma.gov. I think we can just continue this until the next meeting.
Yep. And I'll talk to council to be present as well.
Because I won't be here at the next one. I just wanted to.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I think only one comment that I already told you was it RDAs?
Yeah, you had some questions and suggestions about the RDA for the tree removal, I think.
Yeah.
And I think you were okay with the diameter breast height stuff.
Yeah, you clarified that the reason was you wanted, if somebody just taken down one dead tree, it would be $50, right?
Right. Yeah.
Instead of 150. But the way it was written, it was like there was no cap. So my suggestion was $50 a tree, capped at the RDA cost, whatever it is at the top.
Will, could you suggest that to me in writing, and then I'll put that in the drive for the commissioners to look at and vote on? Thank you. Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I figured you guys have had a long night, so I texted town council. I was like, we're probably going to reschedule this. So, do you guys want to read my updates, or do you want me to push those off?
Nah, go for it.
Yeah.
All right, I'll try to be quick. So the MassDOT project, I'm just going to keep this one on the agenda because it's such a massive project and it's just going to take a year plus. But anyway, so I met with the licensed herbicide applicator. Our conditions were basically to install it to the minimum extent practicable in wetlands and restoration, et cetera. In Cohasset, he only identified 3 areas. One was in front of the beginning of the limit of work on a side road that's across the street from Schofield Road. I'm forgetting which road that is right now, but it's a small area where you can see a patch of Phragmite. So only Phragmite treatment in the fall. He just started last week. There is another treatment on the same side, so going north on the right-hand side, further down, and that was another small area of Phragmite. And the other area in Cohasset was also right near the nursery, Cohasset Nursery, on the opposite side. So like it was like 808 CJC. That was the patch of Phragmite that he will also be treating. However, he was the least confident in that area. So obviously they got to treat it for the purposes of putting in the sidewalk and the bike path. He did feel confident that the other 2 areas on 3A could be entirely removed because they were very much pocket areas that did not have Phragmites in the general vicinity around them in the BVW or the buffer zones. So he is going to come back only once a year for spot treatment and notify me every single time. There were a couple areas in Scituate that he wanted to show the other agent in Scituate. So that work has commenced. And then DEP, I'll try to be very brief with this. I don't know how many people may or may not have heard about it, but there was this is of course when I was in Chicago a couple weeks ago on the 23rd of September. There was a spill incident that was reported on James Brook by one of the neighbors on Elm Street. The town had investigated it. Of course, I was not here. There was a miscommunication in the South Shore Regional Emergency Communication Center, where they unfortunately did not report to the DEP emergency hotline. So the report that they made to DEP was to another group, and unfortunately that did not enter into the record. So I did work with DEP last Friday. We spent 3+ hours walking around, looking at all the entry points around James Brook that we could publicly access. No private properties were transversed except for one, which is a CCT property. We could not find any evidence of the location of the spill. Unfortunately, that was not identified by the town previously. The harbor master did note that some of it did get into the harbor, but they did close the tidal gates and they kept the tidal gate closed until they saw everything completely dissipate and go away. Some of the silt booms were very recently taken out, and actually DEP has a reimbursement program for that. So they will send new supplies to the town for what they used. Moving forward, I really hope that the town understands, or the SHREC network for short, knows to call the DEP emergency hotline. It's emergency for a reason. So I'm going to talk to fire department about that, who may have already talked to SHREC. So like I said, no identified cause. It was definitely my opinion and DEP's opinion based on the photos and videos of the aerials and stuff is that it was a hydrocarbon spill. So some sort of oil type thing. It did have a rainbow sheen. No one did the drop test. No one tested it, but based on the pictures alone, I think we could safely assume it was some sort of spill, but we just don't know the source. And so we'll continue to keep our eyes out. Any access to private property is not, obviously I would need permission, DEP would need permission, but we tried. We'll be more mindful in the future just to try and identify it. And we did confirm it most likely did not come from the sewer treatment plant. So DPW, fire, police, and DEP, we all looked at it. We could not find any evident source of leaking at the sewer treatment plant. DEP thinks it might be private property, but I won't list the addresses on here.
Did you establish what the upper reach of it was?
It pretty much was from the harbor into the harbor all the way up just past the treatment plant, and it was unclear whether or not it was going into any stemming from any of the mosquito ditches or anything. So really unclear, unfortunately.
What about the culvert?
The culvert? What? Which one? Oh, yeah. I could not see the culverts on South Main from the aerials. I can look back with the fire department because they did a drone, or the police did a drone footage. But yeah, no, at least the videos and footage that I saw, we didn't see anything past sewer treatment plant, essentially, because I think that was their initial thought, is it could be the treatment plant. I don't know.
Upstream. Past?
Oh, upstream?
Yeah, what does past mean? What do you mean past? Past in which direction? Upstream or downstream?
Oh, man, you're east?
No,
Right?
no, not east or north, upstream or downstream. How far
It's
upstream,
late.
I know, how far upstream could,
I would say about a quarter mile plus or minus. So it was a pretty large, like the drone footage is a very long span.
and then where, for example, the culvert discharges, the culvert that goes under downtown discharge. Did it exist there? And if it did,
That
did
a
it
week,
exist
yeah.
at the upper end of the?
Yep, the week that I wasn't here, I did not see that, but DEP and I did walk all those areas and we did not find any evidence. DEP did say with a spill that size, he said that there would still be evidence, even after it's mostly dissipated. So we did not see anything near those culverts. So that leads us to believe it's somewhere in between there and the harbor. And like I said, we were accessing public points only. So we did not go through people's properties to see if anybody dumped anything or anything like that. But fire and police can definitely do that, by the way. We can't without permission. Yep. I know, fun. And then last but not least, I'm working with Holly Hill Farm on a conservation restriction. So this is actually using my land protection skills. If anybody's interested in this, text me. I'll fill you in. We're working with Wildlands Trust, who specializes in agricultural properties. And they are considering doing an agricultural protection, and like an APR instead of a CR, which is essentially the same thing in most cases. It's just more geared towards agricultural use. That was part of a town meeting decision to approve it with CPC funds of up to $1 million. So, and so I'm working on that. And I have one 48-hour issue. And Kathy, I'm sorry I didn't have time to look at 205 Atlantic Ave, but I will definitely get on that because I've seen it. I've driven by it. I checked with the building inspector. He thinks there's no major deviations or concerns, but I still want to go to the site myself. So, but I did have one 48-hour issue unless anybody else wants to go first. No? Okay. It's not even an issue. It's actually a good thing. As of yesterday, I got a call from Coastal Zone Management, a grant that I had submitted in collaboration with Situate and the Woods Hole Group and CSCR. We were granted. It's $117,000 plus dollars. We had originally requested 152, so we do have to make some adjustments to the budget. So we're going to be actively discussing that. But yes, I got a grant.
Congratulations.
Nice
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you.
It's a ton of work that I just signed myself up for, but luckily Woods Hole will be doing most of the modeling. So
Is it a state grant?
yes. So it is the coastal habitat, water quality coastal habitat grant, Tom, that we had tried to previously target with Straits Pond. I think it was really just finding the right peg in the right hole. It's a very specific grant, very competitive. And they had even suggested to us that we need to look at the Gulf River as a whole, as an entity. So they're going to be doing a combination of marsh migration modeling, water quality analyses, looks at previous data, what was collected, flyovers, bathymetric, and forgetting the other word, mosaic mapping. So there's going to be a lot of fun tools. Lots of awesome deliverables. I'll keep you guys posted again. If you guys want to be more informed than usual during the meetings, just text me, call me. It's going to be a 2-year project until June 2027. There will be multiple public hearings and technical meetings. If you guys wish to be a part of any of that, just as an observer and or more of an active participant, just let me know. You guys are volunteers, but at the same point, your opinion definitely matters because this is a collaboration with conservation commissions in Cohasset and Situate.
Great.
So yeah.
Yeah. Great. Nice work.
Ending on a good note.
Great work.
Really.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, that's it. Sorry, that's all I had.
Okay, can I entertain a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? Voice vote, if you want to say aye.
Aye.
The motion is carried and our meeting is concluded.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you guys.
Good
Thank you
night.
again. Have a wonderful night.
See ya.
Bye guys.